Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the PiGosaur Cup. PiGosaur Cup number 66. I'm of course your VIP with me, enjoyed by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome, one and all, to one of our catch-up streams. And thank you so much, Psychons. Thank you so much for the the gift of sub to Slurge, everybody. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. But yes, we are here with a replay broadcast. Again, we do have a couple of events that we do have to catch up on if we want to cast everything, of course. Some of them do include some of the older PiGosaur Cups, which we did miss out on. I think we missed out on number 66, number 68, and I think number 72. No, sorry, 70. So there are a handful of PiGosaur Cups we're catching up on. Likewise with What Is Even Mondays as well. So we're here to catch up. We're here to catch up. Oh boy, and we have our first match of the broadcast. It is going to be a best of 3 between YoungYakov and Percival. Hope you all are having a great week, by the way. Again, later on tonight, we're going to be live with the podcast, our weekly talk show. That is going to be in around like 9-ish hours time. So we'll be live later on in the evening with some more StarCraft action. Likewise, this weekend is going to be jam-packed full of RSL. That'll be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days straight of RSL action. It's going to be a lot to get into. Well, we'll get there, of course. We will get there. Otherwise, we're going to be jumping into our series here. It's going to be best of 3 between Percival and YoungYakov. Let's go. We have our TVZ. This is, of course, going to be a quarterfinals match. The goal here is to cover the quarterfinals, into the semis, into the grand finals thereafter. Let's go. Alright, jumping in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. It is, for representing Standing Bulls, it is YoungYakov. I'll be there. Let's go, baby, let's go. As we're getting to our best of 3 TVZ. All the emotes. When it comes to our initial matchups, though, when it comes to tonight's broadcast, even for the podcast, we do have quite a lot to go over. Again, there was, of course, the recent news regarding Stormgate. Likewise, we still have, I believe, pre-orders are still open when it comes to the StarCraft miniatures game. Let's kick they're communicating. The Zoomers. Protoss strong. Very strong. Oh no, they're bonding, baby. They're bonding. Not like this. God damn it. God damn it. Fun fact, I believe Percival and YoungYakov, I believe they teamed up and they played some 2v2s together, right? If I'm not mistaken, I believe they did pair up in the Thermal 2v2 league, team league, in the 2v2 circuit. That would have been, what, in the last edition, last month? Would have been. Again, they're bonding over their trauma. Oh no. Oh no. But now, though, Hatchgas Bulls standard open out of YoungYakov. Likewise, Percival going for his own ranks expand. A standard economic opener here from our players. Settling in. Don't know why I always associate Percival with blue. Yeah. I think that's often a color we do see from Ome Percival. Not here. Not this series. But for sure. No. As we are going to be opening up, I mean, again, TVZs are a little bit rare nowadays, so I'm happy to see and experience at least one Terran versus Zerg matchup. It's been quite some time, to be fair. It's been quite some time. We did cover like Cure versus Serral, during Little League Cup, a couple of months ago. But great to see a little bit of TVZ here as well. Coming into this, we'll see how YoungYakov will approach this matchup. He's typically very aggressive in the mid game, so my eyes are on, say, early Roach production. Link speed is cancelled, by the way, so we do get the refund. We have the extra gas, and we'll see what the gas is going to be spent on. Are we leaning towards fast Lair or fast Roach Warren? Reba does back in. So Yakov does dance with the army, taking a lot of hits. Losing one Zergling so far, just the one. As Percival is going to be zoned away. Oh, does he restarts link speed? Okay. Was a cancel mistake, I suppose? So delayed link speed here by YoungYakov. I'm curious if he starts it up just because there's a chance the Reaper goes back into the main base, but the plan is still to cancel. Was the initial cancel a mistake? And we'll find out. We'll find out. Because it's not like we canceled and we made use of those resources in another way. Like, no, like that was still in the bank. So that might have been a mistake here from YoungYakov. Yeah, across the map, does scout, does convert the standard opener. It is going to be a 3cc into starport, into Banshee play. There's the add-on swap, so it looks like a standard opener here by Percival. And again, YoungYakov just going into delayed link speed, settling in towards the mid-game. From here, we can then work towards either a Lair first, Evo Chamber first, or Roach Warren, or even Mainliness. So kind of see where the tech is going to lead us once we get into our initial 2.5 base saturation. We are getting there. And there it is. It's going to be Lair first. Okay, 4-minute Lair timing of the YoungYakov. That is quite fast. That's a quite fast Lair timing here. So with a fast Lair, this can lead into a Link Queen Nidus all-in, but I feel like we would have gone for earlier tech if that were the case, an earlier Lair, even more so. This can lead into Muta play, I suppose. We'll see what the gas is going to be looking like. Otherwise, this could lead into a Roach Warren. Safety Baneliness. Safety Nest, second Gas Geyser. Leading towards meters. If we were casting Solar or Shin or some of the Korean Zerg players that have been embracing a lot of 3-base Hydra all-ins with fast Lair into fast Hydra tech, that is true. We've been seeing that a lot from Shin and Solar. So that's also a possibility. And so far only 2 gases. The Lair is now done. As the Banshee does hit the natural, gets a drone. So far getting 1, getting 2. 2 drones getting called out. Meanwhile, a big shout out to YoungYakov. Oh my god, it is going to be a Link Queen Nidus all-in, okay? I assumed the Lair was a little bit too late for this, but no, never mind. We're committing. We're committing here. We're going all in. Let's go. Thank you so much, Moja. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to our replay coverage of PiGosaur Cup. It's replay coverage. But again, we are committing. When it comes to main base vision here, there's no Lord. There's no Lord outside of the main. Likewise, we have no Lord here outside of the natural. There is vision. And so far, I believe Percival was unaware. Okay, Percival, he did see the fast Lair, true. So he does have an idea as to what's going on. Likewise, he does scout the Nidus. Does respond. The Banshee's back at him to defend. And the Banshee is going to be denied. Ooh, Lings get caught out by the Hellions. Nidus gets shut down. We do have a backup Nidus. Remember, the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Percival. Yakov starts up bailing speed. I don't really know if that's going to factor in. I know. The Nidus will at least finish. We do have our 7 queens. Queens are rolling in. Tank has already arrived. I don't see this working. Your stim is already done. Yeah, stim is complete. Queens can go down. Ooh, getting 1. Getting 2. 2 queen kills. Things are trickling in, but the trades are just too good here for Percival. Yeah, he trades so efficiently. Hellbat's now morphing in. Still retaining his economy. Banshees, they do rotate back into the main just in case. They're ready for another Nidus. Oof. Catching another queen. Another queen. And Yakov now he starts droning. Oof, that is rough. Rough drones, rough saturation. Throws down a Hydrogen. A very late tech structure here from YoungYakov. Going for Hydras. Double Evo Chamber. He's going to try to macro out of this, but again, he is so far behind. Yeah, rough decision to make here from YoungYakov, and here comes the counterattack. Now, thankfully, there are going to be some defensive Bailings, but only 4. 4 Bailings to defend. First, we can start to move in. And nice spread. Give me those 4 Bailings. They do somewhat connect, but there's so much left over. Yeah, the Marines, they stim and they win. They catch another queen. There's 4 queens left out of 3. Oof, doesn't need a split. Does focus down. GG gets called, and Percival snowballs out of control. He takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, this was a 4-minute lair timing into a 2.5 base all-in, going for a Link Queen Nidus all-in, I should say. But again, Percival, he was able to shut down the first Nidus in the main base. He was able to catch the Links with the Hellions in the center of the map, and everything just kind of snowballed out of control from there. Percival just taking that lead, claiming that first game, shutting down the all-in, and YoungYakov had nothing left behind it. He tried to transition, went for the Hydrogen, went for the Evo Chambers, but he was too committed. He was all in. He could not quite transition out of that. Not at that point. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're loading into game number 2, and we'll see if YoungYakov goes for another fast lair. Remember, last game it was a 4-minute lair timing. We'll see if he does go for an even earlier lair timing and skips link speed. That is a possibility. We'll keep an eye on him. For now, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. It is YoungYakov. So this could be the worst Zerg all-in ever. I mean, it looked as bad as it did just because it did hit. Oh, just because the Nidus never got up, right? There was vision in the main base, Nidus never got up and running, and so just shut down then and there. That is a risk you take whenever you do go for a Nidus space all-in. If the Niduses don't finish, they don't get up and running, then I mean, what can you do? The gamba, papi, the gamba. There we go. Here we go. So we are going to be opening up. So farm, hatch gas pool, standard opener, and once again we'll see where the gas is going to be spent. Last game we did see YoungYakov cancel his own link speed, get the refund, then go back into it. It was a little bit indecisive at the start of the game. Oh, even here going for a late gas. Huh. Okay, Yakov, you're my attention. So it's going to be a hatch pool gas opener, earlier pool, earlier queen production. We might just skip links and just have earlier queens and drone up a little bit harder instead. We'll keep an eye on our Zerg player. But it's going for slightly later gas. Yep. As Percival does go for the SCV scout. We have our queens, we have minimal lings, and from here we can just drone. Likewise, Percival didn't really do anything special last game. He went for a 3rd CC build, he went 3 CC Banshee, very safe, very secure. Percival, he was just looking solid last game. Inside of Yakov, we do have that 100 gas. Should be seeing link speed. We're not. Third base is being taken. We're going to be zoned away. Okay, link speed does begin. No, he cancels again. Okay. Oh, he starts just because of the scouts. I see. So similar to last game. Yeah, a little bit indecisive there. It does start up once again. Once again, I'd love to know the rationale behind the starting and canceling of link speed. Whether it is just in case the Reaper gets into the main, and the plan is to get rid of this. As the Reaper is zoned away. Looks like link speed will finish. It's a little bit more delayed than usual, but I mean, not the biggest of deals, I guess. And once again, 3rd TC into Starport, into Add-on Assault, into Banshee play. Same build 2 games in a row out of YoungYakov. Once again, we're looking, out of Percival. Once again, we're looking at YoungYakov's gas income to see if he does go for another 4-minute lair timing. Last, he will let link speed finish, and we can just settle it. Definitely, we're droning. Droning, we're saturating. Cloak does begin. This time we have a much more standard opener. We didn't pull into gas as quickly as last time. Nowhere near as fast. So we might just get a standard game. I say that this time it's going to be 420 layer timing. It's still early. Like, it's still earlier than normal. Once again, layer first. A little bit later than compared to last game. A little bit later. We'll see if he goes for another second gas geyser. No sure it goes for the same build, right? This time there's no Overlord. Yeah, there's no Overlord in position. Safety Baneliness once again. Are we tempted to go for a Spire? This time extra gases. Last game was only 2, this time 3. 3 gases are being taken. So Banshee's deflected. Okay. Just going to be Baneliness first into W Chamber. Very safe play here by YoungYakov. With the earlier Baneliness, it does mean that Banelings are ready against something like a Hellbat push. So very safe. This does mean that the Eva chambers are delayed. They're going to be later than usual due to the earlier Baneling nest. And likewise earlier there as well. That's Banshee's look her way in. No sport. Ooh, no sport. The third. Yeah, Yakov is punished. No detection. Wait, where's the Overseer? Overseer now moves in. Banshee's into the main. Hellies, they hit the natural. Ooh, and Yakov is being torn apart. It's being pulled apart here to get another volley off. Not quite. Yeah, Lings, they defend, thankfully. They deal with the Hellions. That's still going to be 14 drone kills. That is insane damage. And the Banshees, they get away. They at least try to. We're getting a little bit greedy here. It's getting greedy. Ooh, one Banshee goes down. But that is still worth it here for Percival. Getting 15 drones for one Banshee. That's a 15, 16. It's a full mineral line. Yakov has a very shaky start here. He does fall behind, and Percival just has to build up. Just build up into his own 7-minute push. Waiting for a +1. He already has Stim. And here comes the move out. Oh, okay, he's not going for a push. Instead, he will keep his tanks back at home and just go for drop play. I mean, at this point, Percival can just do whatever he wants. Lings are punished. How big up? How big up here against Ling Bane? Again, the goal here is just to control the map, take down tumors, threaten creep, threaten the bases, force out Ling Bane. So first we moves out with the second army. We'll get spotted by the changeling. He's spotted. Yakov in position. And she does hit the would-be 5th. And Yakov, he does have the tools to defend. Does have +1 carapace. Building up his Ling Bane Hydra. Baneling speed is done. Yakov can hold. Oh. Yes, tank is a little bit too far forward. Baneling's no major connections. Uh-oh. Where are the Zerglings, by the way? Yeah, Lings not in position. Hydras, they go down. Better trade for Percival. So better trade for the Terran. But it will turn around. It does turn around, does rotate. Tanks are exposed. And from Miria and Yakov, we can get both. Gets one. And catching one tank at the same time. Drop here towards the 4th. Oh, doesn't quite get a queen. Nice transfuse. And Percival, can he at least get the 5th? Job is being cleaned up. Percival being a little bit wasteful. Gets 2 queens. better trade for the Terran. Nice control against the mine. Nice control, nice micro. Yakov does try to zone away. At the same time, the base is under fire. That's going to be a kill. Yeah, kill on a cancel. Fifth goes down. Percival, he has momentum. And dropping into the natural. Denying creep. Shouldn't get too much more damage though. Yeah, just setting up for the push. Yakov ready for his own counterattack. We'll see if Percival reacts in time. Oh, Spain's rolling in. Does react. Yeah, he reacts. He pulls away. Oof. Oh my god, the mine shots are crazy. Yeah, some insane mine shots like where she gives it to YoungYakov, but yeah, but Percival he does scouts, does confirm. I mean, he saw the bailings. He was paying attention. Yakov is still hurting. His economy is okay, but his fifth is delayed. He's still under 80 workers. And Percival, he still has the more efficient army, the greater army here. Oh, let's be careful. Losing him at the back. So here comes the main push. Once again, splitting up his army. Going for a split push. Designing the fifth base is good enough at this point. Just keeping the Zerg player contained. Nice bar. We have potential. We have potential, Babby. Oh no. May get spotted. And just with the Ling Bane. Trying to bait the army in. Drags out the mine shots. At the same time, Percival, he does get into the expansion, and the fourth base is going to go down. Ay. Gets into the mineral line. That's going to be 10 drone kills. Will be forced to pick up. Does take the expansion at least, but that's still 10 drones going down. Yakov tries to commit. Jump into the main. Yeah, Yakov gets baited. Oh. You bait too. He scans. He sees. Brutal scan. Aliens will not connect. Oh my god, Woodmines will. 8 more drones going down. We're getting a little bit messy. Now, as time goes on, Yakov, he has been taking up this entire time and working towards lurkers. The economy is still very lackluster for YoungYakov. If we can get into lurker tech, though, we can slow the game down. That's a big if, though. Yakov, he barely does maintain that fifth. Maxing out on Ling Bane Hydra. Couple of Vipers, that will help. But again, this army is really built to trade. And unfortunately, Percival, he is very secure. He's setting up back at home, sensor towers, missile turrets, tank lines. Ling Bane does crash in. Oh, the mine shot. Good. The mine shot goes off on the bailings. Yakov, he will break the fifth location. Bailings to do breakthrough. Hydras, they get on top of the first tank. Just the one though. At the same time, Percival counterattacks. Yeah, we're trading bases. We go for the base trade. Oh, the boys! Boys, they try to pull away. Massive bailing connections. Yakov, can he keep going? Yeah, breaks through the third, breaks down the tank line. At the same time, the Marines, they bust into the natural. Another base is going to be going down. Yeah, +1 is going to be denied. Gets into the natural. Back at home, we have liberation. We have liberators. Yakov, he cannot break the natural. And his zone will be. And his zone is broken. Losing both Evo chambers, the natural expansion. Ooh, Percival going further in. He wants those Vipers. Going for the hive. Yeah, why not? It's going for the hive instead. We'll see what he can get. Yakov is racing back into the main. Spawning pool goes down. Takes down the pool. Oh, nice abductions. Despite that, medevacs, they get away. No shot. They all get away. Yeah, Queen snipes one, Queen snipes the other. Yeah, panic fungal, and you can see Percival's just rallying across the map. He is breaking YoungYakov. He's just been pulled apart, losing base after base. Yakov down to 46 workers, down to 2 base economy. Another base goes down. And Percival, you just retreat. And you just pull away. You just pull away. He is ahead. He does have a 4 base economy. He's got his triangular 3rd base. Oh, his triangular 3rd is not quite landed. But he has the 4 expansion. There's the scan. Yakov is all in. We're trying to force friendly fire. Trying to drag the mine shell, but snipes. They punish the Hydras. And Yakov doesn't have much left here. He's supply blocked. No. He tries to abduct. Gets 1, gets 2, goes with GG, gets called. And Percival, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Percival. He will claim the series, wanting it back here. Just a very rough start for YoungYakov to lose the initial 4th base, if you recall. Percival, he was just so aggressive here this game, just constantly in his face, able to move out on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, denying bases, denying the economy. I say that denied the 4th base, sorry, I should say he denied the 5th. He did force cancel on the 5th base and was able to apply more pressure. The Banshee harass was insane, if you recall. The Banshees, they popped off. They got 16 drone kills, which is insane damage, and yeah, we saw that that YoungYakov did struggle getting into the early to mid game. Percival took a lead early on and just snowballed out of control, just never really allowing YoungYakov to ever have any kind of map presence, any kind of creep spread, and never really got his 5th up and running either. Never got up to proper 8 base, sorry, he never got up to proper 80 drones or up to proper like hive tech. He had a lurker den, but couldn't really afford the upgrades or the lurker transition. GG. GG, well played. With that, Percival, he will claim the series. He will advance on to the semifinals, and we'll be following Percival into that next match. Let's go. It's going to be a best of 5. Okay. Bearing in mind that for the PiGosaur Cups, they do have a different format. It is best of 5 semis, not best of 3s. So we do have a potentially longer back and forth here as we load into Tourmaline. Let's go. Let us go, as Percival's going up against Lemon. Lemon, of course, he is the best, or currently the best player in all of Taiwan. In the absence of Nice, in the absence of Haas, that is where Lemon has risen up through the ranks and has kind of taken that mantle from those ex-players. And we'll see how they compare. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Lemon. Cheers, chat. Are your cast replay casts? No, yesterday we were live with PiGosaur Cup. Live. So yesterday we had a live cast of PiGosaur Cup. Yesterday, sorry, the day before that we had a live cast of Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. So if you maybe don't tune into the channel too often, most of our casts are live, and then we like intersplice them with replay casts. As I mentioned before, the reason why we are replay casting this event, PiGosaur Cup number 66, is because this is one of the few events we did miss live. We were otherwise busy and preoccupied. I believe this was actually, I just looked at the calendar. Yeah, this was actually lined up with Guardiana's appointments. So unfortunately we were otherwise preoccupied. I do have some pet bunnies, and we did have to, there was some medical attention that was needed for them. So at the time, that is why we did miss out on this PiGosaur Cup cast. But number 66. This would have been on the, yeah, this would have been a little bit earlier. So yeah, most of the casts we have are live casts. Every now and then we have replay casts. Should have gotten the hive instead of drones. I mean, there was no wrong answer there. Like, he was so far ahead. Instead of getting the hive, he got the spawning pool, if you recall. He got the spawning pool and drones. But regardless, like, he already had momentum. He already had a massive lead. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. Here we go. From here, we do have our economic opener. Ranks expand here from Percival. Single gas opener out of our Terran player. Likewise, Lemon across the map going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. Now, when it comes to Lemon's play, again, we haven't been able to cast too much of Lemon as of late, unfortunately. Big fan of Lemon. He has kind of not just risen up the ranks when it comes to the Taiwanese players and the Taiwanese scene, but also internationally as well. Like, he's been getting better and better results, specifically in PvP. Like, we have seen Lemon pop off against the top Protoss players out there. We'll see how he compares against some of the other Terran and Zerg players, though. Let's go. Some of the other events we've been seeing Lemon in are Sunrise Cups. I've been seeing him in Sunrise Cup. And of course, PiGosaur Cups as well. And I want to say Lemon played in a couple of the 2v2 events. I could be mistaken though. But Lemon, he played with Deer, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, played with Deer. Here's another Taiwanese player. Lemon, of course, notorious for previously competing under Terran and under Zerg. Notorious. In more recent years, now it's Protoss. As behind this, you have Percival going for his own 1-1-1 into Widowmine drop. So far, he does secure his own natural. And we have a Twilight Council Blink opener out of Lemon. So far, so standard out of our Protoss. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count. We are loading into Tourmaline. Tourmaline is known for 2-base all-ins. This map is known for hyper-aggressive builds. So we're expecting a bit of a safer start out of Lemon. We do have the Robo. There is a third gateway. Now, technically, the best defense can be a good offense. And we could see 4-gate Blink instead. That is also on the table. So we'll keep an eye on Lemon. But buenas noches, Lojo. Buenas noches. Get some sleep. As this is going to be 3-gate Blink into a third, so safe opener here by Lemon. Mind Drop is making its way towards the natural. And we'll see if Lemon can keep up. Little Wednesday do boost into the natural. And so far, no major connections here. One probe going down. There's still one mine shell left here in the main base, but Lemon, so far, he is secure. Blink is finishing up in a couple of seconds, and he should be able to bait out the mine without losing a single unit. Should be able to. Meanwhile, Percival's not done. Baits out the mine shots. Liberator is on the way. Behind this, we're building up in 2 bases, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup, and already pushing out early on with the tank. Lemon does spot this. Yeah, big scout. Does spot, does confirm. But I see Bud in the chat. I just checked. The last time you commented was in regards to RSL, and that was also a live cast. Like, if you remember, we were live casting RSL. Which, fun facts, RSL is this weekend, and we'll be live casting that as well. True. Nice blink, nice dive. It does take down the first tank. Does he get the second? Ooh, that's a lot of Stalkers there. Yeah, he bleeds out so many Stalkers. That is not worth it. No, he doesn't get the tank. Doesn't get the tank. We'll lose everything here. How many Stalkers just went down? 7. 7 Stalkers were killed, and that might just be game. That might just be game then and there. That was not worth it for Lemon. Again, to commit that hard. GG gets pulled, and Percival, he will claim game number 1. Ay, ay, ay. GG. I know it's very tempting. I know it's very tempting. You see 2 tanks within range. You want to focus them down. And he did get 1 with relative ease. But to commit as hard as he did into the second tank and to be punished as hard as he did as well, to lose 7 Stalkers in the process, and he failed to kill that tank as well, that was game. That was game. You cannot afford those losses. You cannot afford 7 Stalkers to go down then and there against that kind of tank push. GG. GG, well played. Rough start there for Lemon. And with that, Percival snowballs out of control. With that, Percival actually leading the series, and we'll see if he can extend that lead. Get a messy defense here from Lemon. I say messy defense. He had the tools to defend. I should say messy decision making, right? To see that army, to make the judgment call, to commit into those tanks, wasn't the call to make. But here we go. Here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. At the time we use Protoss, it is Lemon. and has a very unforgiving time zone. He does his best, and we love him for it. Gracias, Pepe, gracias. It does hurt whenever there are a lot of like European events, just because, yeah, our time zone doesn't really work with that. But what I will say, I mentioned this yesterday, and for those who weren't here in yesterday's broadcast, you can now know. But starting this weekend, here in Australia, we do hit daylight savings. Daylight savings, that's on the, I believe, on Sunday. And when that happens, the tournament's going to be an hour earlier, and that does mean that we can start live casting WarTV Mondays again. It's been a while. It's been a whole season. It's been a whole season since we casted WarTV Monday live. I want to say it was like last year, like December, November-ish. So it's been a while. Sorry, it's last year October. That's it. Last year October. That's the last time we had daylight savings. But we should be able to cast WarTV Mondays live. We should be able to cast Kung Fu Cups live as well. Kung Fu Cup, WarTV Monday. A lot of the tournaments that we otherwise haven't been casting live recently, we should start to do so again, as it'll be at a better time slot. Here we go. As we have Percival attempting to go for an economic opener. CC is going to be delayed. So a bit of a delay here, nothing too major. Second SCV does come down to deal with this and to be able to expand. Overall, not too much of a disruption. Likewise, Lemon back at home and going for his own standard opener. And as we load into a larger map like Winter Madness, longer rush distance by ground, this is where Lemon can start to cut some corners. This is where we could see, say, a 2-gate opener, 2-gate blink into a faster third. We could even see a Stargate opener as well, Stargate into Oracle. We do have options available here for Lemon. If we wanted to be a little bit safer, we could see Robo. But there it is, Twilight Council. Go. And again, when it came to the push that we saw last game, it also did hit harder just because of the map as well. Here in Winter Madness, even if we had the same builds that take place, we should be seeing a cleaner defense at 11. Should be clean. Oh no, the real problem is Lad chooses to sleep. He could stream so much more if he didn't. True, unironically. Like right after this cast, I'm going straight to bed. Straight to bed. And then we cast again. And then we bench. And then we cast. Oh no. That's how we do, man. As it's going to be Blink. A Blink of choice here for our Protoss, for Lemon. So let's get into Blink. Behind this, we do have something a little bit more sinister, though. Do you see what I see? This is a bit of an older school build. That is going to be a third Rax before Starport. Hyper aggression here from Percival, going for an early sim timing. Early stim, early third Rax, mass marine production. This will hit quite hard. This will hit very, very hard here. This is a borderline 2-base all-in. We haven't really seen this build in a couple of months. This has fallen off just because of the tendencies of the meta. This kind of stuff has been very played out and is stronger on smaller maps. I'm a little bit surprised to see this on Winter Madness. I'm surprised. But again, we're building up towards an early sim timing, and we can pull the boys with this. Can pull the boys. Eyes are on Percival. Currently Lemon, he does go 2-gate. Yeah, 2-gate blink. 2-gate blink into a third, a very economic, very greedy build here by our Protoss player. And I believe so far, 0 scouting. He has not gone into the main, he doesn't see what's going on. As you can see here, the upgrades are finishing. Marine Marauder is massing up. It's actually going to be very Marauder heavy, okay. And here come the first 2 medevacs. Just waiting for the medevacs, waiting for the push. Light goes dark after the stream, yes, yes. See, papi, see. Ah. The beds will embrace me. As here comes Percival's move out. The Observer does spot this. Lemon is aware. Bearing in mind that, again, Lemon, he has been cutting corners. He has been greedier this game, getting up to 3-base saturation. He's got a handful of Stalkers. 5 Stalkers engaging. Oh. Percival does stim. Does stim in. Once our Stalkers. Nice swing control, but one Stalker does go down. Spots the Observer. Keen eyes. Does spot the Observer. Still rallying. So far, Lemon's keeping up. Behind this, we have the Bay on the way, working towards splash damage, working towards the Colossus. Does catch the second Observer. And there it is, we pull the boys. As we said, you can pull the boys with this. It is a 2-base all-in now. We commit, we're going to be doubling down with a Reactor, I was going to say Reactor Viking, with Reactor Liberator production. Let's go. And it's all or nothing. Either Percival kills them or he dies trying. It's all or nothing, Pappy. The boys are here. And they can tank well, especially against Stalkers. And they will tank, running back the army. Getting on top of the third. But he has to go for the natural. Yeah, he has to go for the kill. Robo is exposed. Forcing back the army. Pylon should go down. Yeah, depowers the gateway. Depowers the Robo. Oh, not quite. Going for the army. Yeah, going for the main army instead. So far, decent blink control. Still only warping in 3 zealots at a time. It's not going to be good enough. Kills the natural. Kills the Pylon. There's going to be no Colossus. It's just Stalkers. Only Blink Stalkers. +1 is going to finish up, but this is already too much damage. No. Does recall, though. Okay. Does recall the robes away. And recalls the pros. Pushing off the ramp here is still going to be difficult, but there's no sentry. No sentry, no force field. Still trading well. Liberator has arrived. Makes his way up the ramp. It does make his way up, but there's nothing left here. We're down to 3 Stalkers and a 2. GG gets called, and Percival, he snowballs out of control. He will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Alas, unfortunately there, we saw that Lemon, he wasn't quite able to confirm, the all-in. To be fair, it was a delayed all-in. We saw that the Bio Army was active for quite some time before Percival made the choice to pull the boys. But if you remember, when did he make that choice? After he sniped both Observers. He sniped both Observers, denied any vision, then he pulled the boys. We saw that, again, Lemon was being quite greedy. He went for a fast 3 Nexus build, going for a faster Nexus, into a faster economy, into delayed Zealot warp-ins. We never really saw a massive amount of charge lots. We were instead taking up in towards the Bay, +1, and Colossus production. We never quite got there. If we saw an earlier scout, even before all of that, remember, Lemon, he never scouted the main. He never saw the main base. We did take notice of the fact that there was a 3rd Rax before Starport, which is hyper aggressive. If that was scouted a little bit earlier, we would have seen a safer build and safer Immortal production as well, but there was no vision, there was no scouting. Even the initial Observer never got into the main base, was sniped by the army. GG, well played. So Lemon Hill's playing blind, and with that, Percival, he is 1 game away from claiming the entire series. Oh boy. Let us go. Loading into game 3. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran leading the series 2-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Protoss player from London, Taiwan. It is Lemon. Let's go. Let us go, as we are going to be opening up here, and Lemon, he is in a rough position in the series. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. Percival back at home can just play standard. We've been seeing very economic openers so far. Last game did go into a 2-base all-in, did go for a faster drag, so we'll keep an eye on Percival here once again. We are loading into White Rabbits. This is a larger map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, that is true, but at the same time, we brought this up last night as well. This ramp, this area here in between the bases is quite crucial. If Percival can get an all-in up this ramp and set up here outside of the natural, he can just wedge himself in between the natural and the third of his opponents and try to end the game then and there. This position can be very difficult to break as the defending player. Very difficult. We'll see if Percival can get there. We'll see what the plan is. That's once again Percival going for the faster CC. So, do you think they're manually mining with workers? At the beginning of the game, they do manually split. That is normal. I do know that you can try to, especially in the very beginning of the game, some players do manually focus their workers on the nearby patches, and they manually mine, but only on your one base saturation. That's not really, don't really have the attention span or the actions to do that once you get up to a 2 base economy. But I do know that specifically in the early game, I'm referring to the first minute of play, players do that. Just because there's nothing else to do. There's nothing else going on. You're going for a probe scout across the map. There's nothing keeping up your attention, so you can manually try to target the nearby patches. You see that in player POV streams. But again, it's only for the first minute. So now we're settling in. From here, we're getting into our own 1-1-1. Last game, we did get into Woodbine play, into Woodbine drops. So the game before that, I should say. In game 1. So far, we are investing in 2 additional Hellions. Going to be scouting across the map. Hallucination does confirm the initial build. This time, we do get a Hallucination Scout. As we are already building up to 3 gateways. Should be seeing a robo soon. Hellions A poke in. The mine drop is setting up. Oh, actually going into a quadruple mine drop. Okay. Extra widow mines. This is a rare build. This is quite a rare build. For those who remember, this build used to be a lot more common, a lot more prevalent a couple of years ago before the big widow mine nerf. If you remember, there were 3 different nerfs to the widow mine. They all hit at once. One of them was that now players get an alert when the widow mine burrows. Not when it targets, but when it just straight up burrows. So players will get an alert when that happens. I believe they reduced the amount of damage dealt, and they also reduced the radius as well of the widow mine shot. So 3 nerfs at once. Before that, widow mine drop openers and committed and continued mine drop play was very common in TVP, and the entire meta kind of shifted after that change. So it's been a while since we've seen something this committed. Jumping into the main. Unloads are first. Second into the main base, we have 2 more left. So far, they do get focused down. Good reactions by Lemon. Yeah, 1 mine shot left here and does get 2. Okay, 5 probe kills in total. It's okay damage of the medevac is still quite low. One widow mine does get away. We can always try to go back in. So far, not the best trades here for Percival, but he can always go back in with another mine drop. True. Oh, hell is it? We go for the dive. Not bad. 9 probes. Oh my god. 9 probes. Never mind. 9 workers go down. A better trades here for Percival. Does take an economic lead, and behind this, getting to stim, getting to his own bio follow-up. Not a bad start out of our Terran player. Going back in. Yeah, this time with a Raven follow-up. 2 more probes, 11 in total now, 12. 12 probes going down, this is stacking up. Yeah. Initially it was okay, but not so much anymore. Bearing in mind this was a later 3rd base as well. It was a delayed expansion after all the gateways. And Lemon is stuck at home. Stuck at home, taking up. Working towards the forge, +1. Eventually splash damage. Base on the way. Percival looking comfortable. Throws down 2 more maxes. Does get add-ons here, so he does have his 5 rack setup. This is not abnormal here when it comes to your 2-base setup here in TVP. We should be seeing an expansion behind this. We should be seeing a 3rd. Should be. If we didn't have any add-ons, that would be indicative of a 2-base all-in. We have our add-ons. Building up. +1 is soon to finish. I'm not ruling out the possibility that we still pull the boys though. I'm looking at you, Percival. Jumps into the main. Gets into the mineral line. So far, Lemon is out of position. He's racing back home here from his 3rd. Oh, and Gateway's being depowered. Decent mine shots. Catching out 3 zealots. Distracting the main army. At the same time, we do have the main force pushing towards the 3rd. And there's no battery. There's no battery in position. There is the Immortal, though. Wouldn't mind Zuporo. Plenty of Marauders. He's going for the Immortal. He gets it. Oh, the Immortal goes down. GG gets caught. Lemon is pulled apart. And Percival, he will claim the series 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A dominant performance here from Percival. I don't really think at any point in the series Percival was in any real trouble. Like, he was, for the most part, dictating the pace of the game. He was asserting himself, being the aggressor, and Lemon was having a very hard time keeping up when it came to the move outs, the drop play, and the counterattacks as well. Here we saw that Lemon, he was mainly outside of his natural. He was distracted, forced into his main base. His gateways were being depowered, so he has less reinforcements to warp in defensively back at home. There were no batteries at the 3rd base either, so an even weaker defensive setup at the 3rd. Just a very, very well positioned there for Lemon. GG. GG, well played. Didn't quite get into the series, and with that, we have our first finalist. Percival makes it into those finals. Up next, we do have our next semifinals match. It's going to be a best of 5 between ByuN and Cham. It's going to be another TVZ. We're going to be going on a very short break here, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have ByuN versus Cham. We'll see you soon. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we returned. We returned here with the semifinals of PiGosaur Cup number 66. We just wrapped up with Percival versus Lemon, and it was a bit of a more one-sided best of 5. Percival, again, he was looking very comfortable against Lemon. Very, very comfortable. Despite even the perceived safer builds that Percival was that Lemon was going for, he was having a bit of a harder time keeping up with the drop play, with the aggression, and with the movement of our Terran player. And we'll see if that kind of dynamic changes here, as we're going to be getting to our upper semis at ByuN versus Cham. ByuN, of course, coming in as the heavy favorite to win the entire tournament. We'll see if Cham can hold his own. Cham has been looking like a beast in certain matchups, specifically in ZVZ. He has been looking a little bit more dominant, but against Terran, Cham, he does have a different approach. Has a more unique style, I should say. It's very dark-esque. What by that I mean very roach heavy. We typically often see a lot of roach openers, or a lot of roach play, a lot of roach all-ins out of Cham in TVZ, and even intermixing and intersplicing some swarm host play as well. We'll get there. But now, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the red Zerg for Xeritus Esports. It is Cham. El Chamaco. Let's go. Let us go. And again, when it comes to Cham's ZVT, we have been casting a lot of Cham versus Special as of late. Shout out to Enki. Enki has been hosting a lot of LATAM show matches, a lot of best of 9s between Cham and Special, and they have been going back and forth. They've been trading. I think last time they had a best of 9, they went all the way to game 9, they went all the way to the ace match, and we often did see a lot of diverse play out of Cham. But once again, it's always, or almost always, very roach heavy, like roach base all-ins, roach base builds, roach base mid-game in towards like lurker tech, or in towards muta play as well. We'll see if he does embrace Ling main at some point in this series. Let's go. Likewise, ByuN going for a standard opener. He has been known, especially back once again in recent times, to go for 2 Rax Reaper, but here is going for a Rax Expand. Welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is a smaller map of the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. I believe the shortest rush distance out of any map in the current map pool. So you can be very aggressive in the mid game, you can be very assertive, and this goes both ways. Whether it's roach play, whether it's these bio pushes and bio timings, we'll see who's going to be the aggressor. Wait the return of Robo Light. Oh no. I mean, we're expecting like a leaner broadcast schedule towards the end of April. Like April is one of those months where we still have a lot of catching up to do. And I know that GSL is starting up at the end of the month as well. So that's gonna be, filling up our schedule once again once we start covering GSL. But likewise, RSL is wrapping up this weekend, so hopefully we should have a little bit more free time. We can actually sleep. Maybe. Maybe. But now, standard open out of our Terran player. Cham back at home, going for his own third. Reaper breaks in. Dancing with the army. Just ensuring that there's no shenanigans going on. Speaking of, we do have 100 gas, but no link speed yet. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're holding off on link speed. Reaper takes down one Zergling, and does barely get away. At this point, we're going to be going for roaches, right? Either a fast lair or a faster roach warren. No, does start link speed. Okay, quite later. The link speed does begin. From here again, we are opening up. ByuN does confirm the location of the third. Chammy does not pull back in the gas. And now we're just saturating. Oh, meanwhile, hello, ByuN, as ByuN is being hyper aggressive, going for a straight up 1-1-1. This is a rare sight. It's a rare sight. It's very common to go for a third TC, but there's no third expansion. Faster Banshee play, faster aggression, faster stim as well. This can also potentially lead into something more assertive here, in towards, say, like an armory or something more aggressive. I mean, regardless, this is an aggressive build here by ByuN. We'll see if Champ can keep up. As Helium production does continue. Stim is on the way. Get an early cloak, early stim. Late CC, if any at all. And ByuN does go for the dive. Ooh. Yeah, it does go by the Lings. Does get caught out, and ByuN, he shouldn't get into the mineral line. Yeah, 2 more volleys go off. Trades against the Zerglings, but drones will survive. He gets 1 more volley. 1 drone. 1 drone goes down. Just the 1. Behind this, we're still continuing Hellions. And there's a 3rd CC. Again, a late 3rd base here for ByuN. The Overlord does confirm the 3rd base timing, so Cham is now aware that it was a faster 1-1-1 setup. Does see the late 3rd. Lair is on the way. So far, the Banshee is deflected. And the pressure's on ByuN. Again, ByuN, he's hindering his own economy to go for these earlier timings. Pressure's on ByuN. Hellies, they dive into that, or they get they get 2 more drones. Still not quite worth it. Again, ByuN throwing away all of his Hellions. And he's gonna have a shakier mid game as a result. Oh. Spoke too soon. Okay. Catching out some drones. Transferring workers getting caught, so 5 drones go down, not bad. As 2 Banshees, they can one-shot workers. They can even go for the Queen. Yeah, no chance to use. Queen goes down. Okay, Queen getting another drone. Not a bad follow-up. And again, very necessary damage here for ByuN. Does find more damage. Also scouts the Hydra den. Does confirm. It looks like it is going to be a heavy commitment into Hydras. No +1 melee, actually. Yeah, late Baneling Nest, early Hydra den. Interesting setup. Does lose one of the Banshees. And he's going to commit. Yeah, it does commit in. Does get another Queen. Oh! Clutch Transfuse. Clutch Transfuse. But this feels very Solar-esque. I mentioned earlier that Solar and Shin, they've been embracing this, like, these Hydra-based all-ins. But no, we're taking it a little bit harder. Fast Infestation Pits here at under 7 minutes at 6:30. With a fast pit, I'm curious. Fast high, fast ultras? Sorry, I meant to say lurkers. Is the goal here lurker tech? What's the plan? Technically, we could go Hydra Infestor, which would be safer, for sure. Just because there are no Banelings. There's no splash damage, just now going for a delayed Baneling Nest. Show us what you got. The pit is now done. We're waiting for either Infestors or the Hive. As Marines are being active. As an Iron Creep, we have the answer. It is going to be Safety Infestors. This will keep Cham secure. But again, a very Hydra-heavy style. Very Hydra-heavy. If you recall earlier, I was talking about how very often we see Cham embrace Roaches, but here it's still not Ling Bane, but it is very heavy Hydra play. Interesting variation. We'll see if it works out. So I'm still not entirely convinced. Once again, we're heavily reliant on those fungals. So tanks are in position. ByuN catching out 2 of those Hydras. That fungal does land. Yeah, massive fungal. Yeah, the reason get called out. Chain fungal here on the biome. And with that Cham, he should get into the first tank. Gets 1. 1 tank goes down, 2nd tank as well. Cham holds. Whew. Cham does hold on. We spoke about it again. He was heavily reliant on those fungals, landed a massive fungal. And we'll see if we can do it again. 2 more Infestors on the way. Banshee still being annoying. Hive has now begun. Cham is making a game out of this. ByuN losing a lot of momentum, getting his own 4 CC, and the game is looking to slow down a little bit here. The initial 4-base setup is quite secure. Your bases are very close together. ByuN is going for a split push. Double drop into the main. Move out on the right hand side. Cham is trying to keep up. Marines are getting to the mineral line. Going for the hive itself. Ooh, that's a little bit greedy. Yeah, that is greedy. Mains that don't quite connect. Cham, he defends his main. He keeps up the Marines. So far, Cham is keeping up. And Cham is maxed out. Maxed out with Link Main Hydra Army, not bad. And can he break ByuN? Zoning back the drones. Does a nice mining. Once again, Chammy has those 3 infestors. He's ready for the fungals. Coming in for the surround. Nice setup. A little bit lopsided, but he should clean up. Yeah, should clean this up here. Fungals they land, not many Marines. Tanks will all fall. Yeah, there's no saving this, no saving the army. Medevacs, oh no, the Medevacs, they go through the army. Losing every single Medevac. Chammy gains momentum. This is dropping to the main. This does distract. Cham is racing back home to defend. Yeah, races all the way back here. Drones are going to be going down. Nice damage here by ByuN. But ByuN did take some massive losses. He lost everything, Pappy. Cham is doing it. The one thing keeping him back here is this one drop. And now he can move out. Hive is done. No Vipers yet, so we're lacking Vipers. Without them, it is going to be difficult to push in. But ByuN is coming to Cham. Where are we going? Oh no, we're misrallying. Yeah, at this point we're misrallying. Get out of here, Pappy. Get out of here. He wants the tank. The punish. Free tank here for Cham. Drop goes back in. Oh, that was an F2. Yeah, that was a bit of an F2. ByuN panicking. Yo, we gotta fix our rally. We gotta fix the factory rally, Pappy. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it here. There we go. Does fix it. Brings it back. You have double Spire on the way for Cham. A bold move. That should be for Greater Spire and for Broodlords. ByuN is being active. Cham trying to tech up. I would say at this point it's on Cham to be aggressive here. He's kind of resting on his laurels. Yes, Cham is building up a bank, but ideally with Link Main Hydra, you want to trade. You want to attempt to break the 4th base. Make use of that bank in some way. Instead, he's taking a slower approach. And this will give ByuN the opportunity to recover. Oh. Yes, Cham does commit in. At least he tries to. Gonna be zoned away. Getting his own 5th base up and running. This is going to be a big power spike here for ByuN, and this is where I have to be a little bit critical of Cham. As we mentioned before, Cham, he's been maxed for quite some time. He's building up this bank. I don't think he's doing enough with this, though. We need to be stopping the 5th at least. Drop into the main. Finding some damage. They make collapsing in. Fungal does land on a ghost, not bad. One ghost goes down. Dropping the main is cleaned up. And we need to start trading. Again, we got a what, a 4K 2K bank? Sorry, 4K 3K. If we don't stop ByuN now, then ByuN will outscale the Zerg. We will start to outscale Cham. Sensor towers being thrown down, a 6th base being taken. Ay, ay, ay. It looks like Cham wants to wait until Broodlords. I mean, the problem here is that the ByuN is already blindly making Thors. Like, we already have Thors on the way, more Ghosts on the way, Vikings as well. Like, ByuN, he has an anti-Broodlord army. He already has it. Shammy needs to free up supply. He just made 14 Corruptors, but he can't make Broodlords. Sham, we got to trade. We got to trade. Does he have a tank? Catching a tank, taking down bottom left. Alright, guys, pushing on the right hand side. I mean, finally we're moving in. Ooh, the Hydra's A rally into the army. And here come the Broods. Here we go, 14 Broodlords. Now, I'm not entirely convinced by this move just because it's been so long. There are how many? There are 6 Vikings, 3 Thors, 11 Ghosts. It's a very high Ghost count. Broodlords are moving in. At this point, it might be wise to just give away some of the Ling Bane and build up a higher Infestor count. As I believe there's only 3 Infestors. So the biggest issue with what's happening here is that Cham never took the center expansions. The reality is that even though Cham has a bank, technically he has a worse economy. ByuN is on 6 bases, and I'm referring to this base. I'm referring to center right and center left. These bases are untouched. Ideally, Cham would have taken these, you know, a couple of minutes ago, and we would be prioritizing these bases, would be prioritizing taking away these resources, because he didn't. Eventually, the Terran can take them. Eventually, ByuN can take those bases, and he will maintain a greater economy. These bases, if the Zerg doesn't take them, they will eventually belong to the Terran. In a longer later game. Cham rotating down. Does nice some mining. Spores are setting up. Vikings overextend. Missing 1 Viking. Again, these bases are still untouched. Spores moving forward. How many Infestors? Still only 4. I'm still not convinced by the low Infestor count. A lot of this comes down to the Fungals. And if an EMP lands, I mean, that's going to be the end of this army. Speaking of, Jesus. EMP does catch the Queens. But there's still a couple of Fungals. It is 14 Broodlords in total. You want decent power bomb. Does split. Splits up the army, Ling Bane towards the planetary. Planetary should go down. And will. ByuN scans. He sees no expansion here in center right. He should be feeling good about this. Cham's moving in. Let's get 2 tanks. ByuN taken to the skies. Setting up more liberation. Catching out a Viking. Sorry, catching out a Broodlord. Broodlord goes down, tanks one of the Fungals. And ByuN, he can start pushing. He can start moving out. For now, taking it slow. Still securing a 6th base. Oh, Ghost on a mission. Bold move. So do we pull back? Chem now takes the center base. This is very late. Very late. Broodlords are exposing themselves. ByuN pushing on the right hand side. Liberator set up. Nice snipes. And catching up more corruptors. Center base will full. As they can't let it cancel. These center bases are still up for grabs. Oh, we're just pushing. Yeah, it takes down top right. It's going for the nuke as well. Oh no! Thankfully does notice. As that will do friendly fire. Okay, pulls away. Does graze the Vikings. Another expansion goes down. Oof. A bit of a trade, a little bit back and forth here, but this was worth it for ByuN. Boosting back home. More Broodlords on the way. Getting up to 18 Broodlords. Am I crazy? Neural was not researched, so that's a little bit concerning. No Neural. Thor's going to be a bigger issue. Fungal does end on the Thors. Okay, we get the Chain Fungals. Yeah, Chain Fungals, they may going to be rolling in. Of course, they're coming in to reinforce. Yeah, the main army's rotating over. ByuN, he will hold. It does bleed out 5 Thors. Sham, he now does get Sentinel left up and running. Let's go. Oh, crazy. Calm down. Guess we gotta calm down. As there is just the one Overseer. That is a little bit concerning. Do have a couple of spores in the mix. Referring to detection, referring to Cloak Ghosts, just in case. We have seen that before. The Viking count is actually quite low, surprisingly. There's only 2 Vikings. So lower Viking counts, a heavier Thor count instead. And more Ghosts. AP lands. Still more Fungals. The Fungals coming in. No major connections. Going for the Blinding Clouds. And Thors, they hold their own. Yeah, Thors, they hold their own. They shut down the Ground Army. Oof. Snipes, they punish the Broodlords. And ICMP. ICMP as well. We're down to how many? Down to 12. 12 Broodlords left. More snipes. Oh my god. Down to 10. 9. Yeah, 9. 8. The Broodlords, they just get bullied. The Ghosts, they pop up. And ByuN can just keep pushing. He can just keep on pushing. He should take down this expansion. Cham, he doesn't really have a standing army. He has 10 more Broodlords on the way. 10 more broods. Here comes ByuN. And that bank that Cham once had, not anymore. Cham is burning through that bank. Broodlords are expensive, man. Okay, now moving in. 18. Let's go to 18 broods. Does get the first tank. ByuN does kite back. So far decent kiting. Infestors being thrown away. Ooh, the Infestors are on a move. They're going to be losing all 5. Fungal does land towards the end though. Just to get on top of the Ghost. He's trying. Yeah, Ghost they barely do pull back. Yeah, just barely they get away. And the Broodlords are pushing in. Yeah, Broodlords are pushing further in. Now there's no more Thors. Ghost Cloak is activated. Catching out a Broodlord. Down to 11. Down to 11 Broodlords. No anti-air. There we go. We have some Hydras. Once again, center right goes down. ByuN pulling back. I see the chat. Do you think these PvZ and TvZ metas where you play to start out the Zerg are an issue? If you're referring to this game specifically, if you weren't here for the start of it, this is on Cham. I don't know if you remember, but Cham, he was up like 30 or 40 supply in this game. Did you remember? There was a massive moment. It was like 15 minutes ago. It was 15 minutes ago, but Cham had an amazing moment where he surrounded the entire army. He reset the tank count, he reset the bio count, he caught all the medevacs as well. Like, it was like the best case scenario. And we were being critical of Cham. Cham, he maxed. He had 200 supply against the 160, and Cham did nothing. Cham, he chose to just stay back and slowly take his bases, go double spire, double upgrades. Like, Cham, he chose not to rest his advantage here for this game. So he did allow ByuN to build up. Cham also didn't deny the 5th, if you recall. We spoke about that big moment when ByuN was getting a 5th base and Cham did not attack in. Cham was also late to take these center expansions. We were also critical of that as well. So it's been a very shaky mid to late game here for Cham, and it has allowed for ByuN to kind of like recover and build back up. And I would say that ByuN has been taking these better fights for the majority here of the late game. Obviously we still have a big chance here with Mass Broodlord. We have one good fight in it for Cham, for sure. There's one good fight here, but I'm concerned because ByuN now takes center right. That's a fresh base. that's a fresh expansion from ByuN. Does get a fresh base. Not like this. Broodlords are moving in. It does come into the siege line. Yeah, goes second kite back. And the Broodlords are exposed. Yeah, Broodlords are exposed. We have the mass snipes coming in. The snipes! Oh my god. Yeah, snipes they pop up. We need more fungals. Infested, they cannot get close. Yeah, they cannot get close. Better fight here for ByuN. ByuN, he just bullies the army. Snipes are coming in. Oh my god, mass EMP. We do get decent fungal. Decent fungal. But the fungal is not good enough. Snipes through to be too much. We're down to 5 Broodlords. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he does take a lead in the series. Again, Chem, he had an amazing early to mid game, winding it back. Remember, as I was mentioning for and here for it, Chem, he got a 360 surround. He got a 360 surround on ByuN. He caught all the tanks, he caught all the medevacs, he caught the entire bio army as well. Like, Chem had an amazing engage. And again, he just chilled. He just rested on his laurels. He didn't attack. He didn't push. He was maxed out. He just slowly expanded, slowly teched up, and that allowed ByuN to recover in that game. There were a couple of other key moments, a couple of big key moments from ByuN that we spoke on. It was when ByuN took his 5th and when ByuN took his 6th. When those two expansions were being taken, Chem also didn't apply pressure. He didn't apply pressure, didn't push in. He did threaten the 6th expansion specifically. He killed it twice, I want to say, with Lingbane. But at the same time, like, it was also very late when he decided to be aggressive in such a manner. So yeah, Chem, he was overly passive this game. After having some really good moments, like after having some really good fights, just kind of chilled, calmed down, and ByuN was able to build up and recover from there as well. As you mentioned, at no point did Chem have the better economy. What I mean by that is that Chem, he never took the center expansions, or it took him a very long time to do so, which meant that we had more or less an even base count. And those bases, they were always up for grabs, and eventually ByuN even took one himself. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN does take lead in the series, and we're loading the game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Catching up. Why do you suppose he did nothing? I would probably say it's a confidence thing, because even if he didn't realize how much damage he had dealt, like, that's a hard thing to believe. But he got maxed, right? He got maxed out with 200 supply, especially with the Lingbane Hydra army. It's a relatively cheap army. You want to be trading it, right? That's an army built to trade. That's not an army you want to be stuck on. So yeah, I would probably say confidence more than anything. You know, maybe he didn't feel confident pushing into the... I don't blame him for not pushing into the 4th. I'm not talking about the 4th base, but specifically for the 5th expansion. Yeah, I would probably say maybe lack of confidence. Being aggressive against ByuN. Like, again, ByuN on paper is favorite, right? Like, he straight up, like, ByuN, he is one of the best players in the world. You know, he's a world champion from many years ago as well. So I would assume it's more of a confidence thing more than anything. That's my assumption. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, representing Xeratus. It is Chem. I think an example of that, actually, maybe a better example, is Cyril. Cyril, he was interviewed like a week ago, or I should say, Cyril's interview with the SC Historian came out around a week ago, and Cyril, he spoke about that. He spoke about how there are times where he plays against someone and they play worse than they usually do, and that's partially because it's Cyril, right? Like the reality is that Cyril, you know, he has this, I was gonna say like an aura about him, but like the reality is like Cyril, he's straight up like one of the best, if not the best player in the world. So whenever players play against him, like, he at times does notice like certain mistakes being made or certain weird decisions being made that he sees that they don't do against other players or other opponents, and that's partially just because of like notoriety, right? That's partially because of being aware of the kind of player that you're up against, and being aware that you know, things are working against you as a result of that, and that can also be a factor. There we go. But yeah, Cyril, he spoke about that recently. I do recommend it. If you missed out on it, the SC Historian, he did have an interview with Cyril at Homestory Cup, which was at the start of the year. Had a brief discussion regarding that sort of thing. Chem is definitely an underdog. Yeah, underdog. Yes. He is an underdog here. He's a good player. For sure. And again, like, I can see him even winning game 1. Like, he was for sure in a stronger position initially. Haven't watched this game. Just seems like a common occurrence in ZVX games. kind of. Like, that might also be like your own internal biases when it comes to your perception of games. I will say that that kind of split map scenario that we just experienced in game 1, that is not common, right? Like, that is, I don't expect to see that kind of situation again in this series. It's a best of 5. We might get there again. True, it's possible we might get there again. But often we do see a lot of like mid-game aggression, a lot of games ending in the mid-game instead. I think an example of a more recent example where we have seen a lot of that is Maru's games in, was it RSL? No. It was the tournament that he played against Rainer on. It was I think it was Thunderfire. I think it was either Thunderfire or YoungYakov. I think it was YoungYakov. There was a lot of turtle play out of Maru there, that is true. But like outside of that, like typically the games are not really ending in that kind of situation. It's not common to be in that kind of split map scenario. I say biases because I would assume that games like that stay in your mind. I would like that's often the case, right? Like more negative experiences and more negative aspects, they persist in your mind a lot more than like positive experiences for whatever reason. Like that's often the case, unfortunately. So that can also like kind of like affect your perception of like the meta or of how games are occurring. Here it is going to be lair first. I think that was a 410-ish lair timing. So earlier lair at a Cham. But to touch on the question itself, I don't think it's common. I do think that it is an issue, but because it isn't as common, I don't think it's too much of an issue, if that makes sense. A lot of it comes down to maps, right? There are certain maps that are easier to defend on. A map like this, for example, Welcome to White Rabbits, and we try to emphasize this whenever we cover these maps. This map is very large, it's very wide, and the distance between these bases is very long. What I mean by that, so if you look at the third base here, as the Banshee attempts to harass, we have our linear third base, we have our forward fourth base, and we have the triangular third. There's a lot of distance in between these bases compared to the map we just had. Spire play, by the way. So now we see fast lair into fast spire. 2 base or 3 base muta here from Cham. But on 10,000 feet, because 10,000 feet's map is so small, the way that they make up for the small map is that they actually keep the bases a little bit closer together to make it easier to defend. Here on White Rabbit, they're more spread out. It is more difficult to defend on this map. So if ByuN were to attempt a turtle, it would be more difficult to pull that off. That's kind of like to counterbalance that, I should say. But there are certain maps where it's easier to turtle on, like Winter Madness, that's it. Like Winter Madness, Celestial Enclave, true. Celestial Enclave, Winter Madness. Those are the two that come to mind. And I suppose 10,000 feet. But here we go. Spire is on the way, so we're going into muta play, checking ByuN's vision. The Banshee didn't get in. The Banshee did not get further into the main base, so lack of vision, lack of scouting. Banshee did see extra gases, 4 gases being taken, but that isn't the biggest of tells.
Under attack.
Only saw 4 gases. Hellions are poking in. They're poking forward. Again, so far, ByuN is not aware. He's building up his bio back at home, and the mutas are coming. The mutas are coming. And we'll see what kind of damage Cham can get done. Banshees, they make their way into the main. They will eventually confirm. Mutas are banking up here at the natural. Banshees, they reveal themselves, and they do barely not scouts. Yeah, barely not. They pick in 5 drone kills, nice damage. ByuN is pushing. Cham is in a bit of trouble here. Bearing in mind there's no banelings. There's no banelings. These are going to be 0/0 lings with a couple of mutas. Bio Army does him in. He's got the better upgrades. And this might just kill, to be honest. We have the Hellbats. Decent surround the lings. Yeah, decent surround. Marines, they do kite back. And they're going for the mutas. Yeah, they go for the mutas here. 1, 2 mutas going down. With enough ling reinforcements that Cham should hold. Nice kiting here by ByuN. And it does kite well, but the Marines are all going to be cleaned up. And Cham barely holds on. Whew. Cham does hold. Did cost him 9 drones. 9 drones went down. Cham, he does counterattack. Back at home, ByuN has time to react. Turrets are on the way. We have plenty of reinforcements, and ByuN, he should hold. He should hold on. And Cham's in trouble. Again, the biggest issue when you go into mass meter like this is that you need to gain map control to keep the Terran army back at home. The problem with not doing so is your lack of upgrades, right? 0-0 Ling Bane. Oh. They do force ByuN to turn around for a moment. ByuN, he attempts to intercept. Banelings are morphing in. Baneling speed is done. And here comes the second wave. Tank does siege. Banelings, they don't quite connect, but nice pick up here on the tank. And Cham holds. Yeah, Cham does hold. Catching at the Byu. Collapsing on the Marines. And the Banelings are rolling in. He commits. He's all in. At this point, Cham is all in. He's not droning. He's just committing. Breaks through the Byu army. And can he get into the mineral lines? Yeah, he can. He can. At this point, he's done it. He has done it. We have one Widowmine shot going off. Ooh, does connect, but nothing else left. We just came with the production, and Cham, he has done it. He has broken through. And despite struggling in game one, here he overwhelms. He does overwhelm. 3 Marines left. We're still rallying across the map. Down to 0 Marines. The contamination as well. Let's go. Contaminates the factory, and with that, we have a series. We have a back and forth. Boys are being pulled. Massive baneling connections. And we will have a series here. As we're coping a little bit. We have 4 Marines. We have a bunch of medevacs. Boys are being pulled. A bit of hopium. A bit of copium. As that's going to be 37 SCV kills. GG gets called. And Cham, he does have the series. We're going to game number 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, the mutas were unscouted. I don't blame Cham for pushing. Sorry, I don't blame ByuN for pushing, for moving out. He didn't have a bad trade, but the second push, that was brutal. To have the second move out and to get the first tank caught on siege, to be able to fail to get a shot off, of course, to be caught out in the open, that was a big moment in favor of Cham, where he was able to catch out the army and just snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. A very risky maneuver going into the mutas, and it did barely pay off. And with that, we have a series. We have a series. I can still see a world where this could just be a 2-0 in favor of Cham. Like, I'm still thinking about game 1. But here we go. We're loading into game number 3. Going to be loading into Tourmaline. Ooh, one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify, getting caught out by the mutas in the last game. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. We have the Mexican Zerg representing Xeratus. It is Cham. Here we go. Whew. And welcome to Tourmaline. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a smaller map in the map pool, a very aggressive map as well. As opposed to some of the other maps, it has a very open third. As you can see here, a very open third expansion, open even further if you can knock down these rocks. And likewise, the area in between the natural and third base is also very open as well. So we have some very open entrances here. As a result, we often do see a lot of all-ins. It goes both ways. We see a lot of roach all-ins on this map. We see a lot of 2-base or even heavy stim timings as well on Tourmaline. But first things first, Cham, every game so far, he has gone for an earlier lair. In game 1, he went for an earlier lair into earlier Hydra production. In game 2, he went early lair into early Spire. So we have seen these lair first builds. Game 1 and game 2. We'll see if Cham does it again here in game 3. He's catching up in the chat. Be aggressive. See, papi, see. Be aggressive. Be confident, papi. Be confident. Yeah. But again, Cham did double down last game. He just sent it across the map. So now we are going to be slowing things down. Again, so far, standard open out of ByuN. Last game, there wasn't anything too fancy either. Just going for the third TC into his 1-1-1 into Banshee play. Once again, ByuN, he did fail to scout the main. Did fail to scout the Spire, of course. His response to the muta play was to be hyper aggressive, and did end up hurting ByuN when it came to that second push. But here we go. ByuN does poke in. So far, Dance with the army, getting one, soon to be two. And one link kill so far. Link speed is on the way. Cham, he does pull out of gas. So far, so good. And ByuN is going for his third CC before Starport. If you recall, in game 1, ByuN did go for a straight-up 1-1-1. He went for a much more aggressive build. This time, more economic. As your Overlord Scout is going to be denied. This may come into play. As we see ByuN going for the tech lab, no starport. Going into earlier stim. Do we see an armory here? Yeah, very early stim, no starport in sight, no medevacs. Of course, no Banshee play. Waiting for an armory. At the same time, Cham does go for an early Roach Warren. Okay. So this is what we've been waiting for. I mentioned at the very beginning of the broadcast, of this series, I should say, that Cham is known for his Roach play. We do have the Roach Warren early on here for Cham. Gas is being taken, and we spoke about this at the start of this game, how Roach all-ins are common on Tourmaline. They are more common. We do have a 3-1-1 setup here from ByuN. Because of this build, what does this mean? No Banshees. There won't be a starport, it will be delayed, and that means no Banshee play early on. Even going for the eBay, it's going to be much more biocentric. Roach all-ins can work better here against what ByuN is going for, as ByuN is being quite greedy. So Hellion's going to be zoned away, Roach Warren is unscouted, Roaches are amassing as we speak, and it's going to be Marine Hellion to defend. Again, no Banshees, and ByuN has no idea what's going on. ByuN he's vulnerable, he's scared, I mean he's exposed. ByuN is exposed. We have 11 Roaches on the way. There's no scan in the main base. There's no dive with the Hellions. ByuN is playing blind. Lings, they zone him away. Getting a Hellion, not bad. And here comes the all-in. Here comes the all-in, baby. Cham, he just rushes across the map. There's no safety bunker because, again, ByuN sees nothing. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's in danger. He doesn't know what's coming. And even now, the Hellion only sees the Lings. Roaches will soon be revealed.
Research complete. Ravager's
morphing in as well. Stim will be done, but that's not going to be enough. No shot. Yeah, now he knows. The all-in has arrived. Cham, he commits, and we got to pull the boys. Even then, it's going to be tough. Cham playing it slow, holding onto those Zerglings. Deeper's going down, supply blocking ByuN. Boys are being pulled. Again, ByuN, he has to. I'll say zone away. ByuN buying some time. Does try to buy some time here. Medevac production has begun. Balze do not quite connect. He commits in. And so far, the mineral line is going to go down. Yeah, the mineral line will fall. Marines are trying to hold their own. Trying to get on top of the Ravagers. Cham, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. 24 SCV kills, critical damage. And this is already enough, right? This is already enough here. Cham, he's done enough. Kiting back. Picking up more Marines. Balze, oh, catch one more SCV. And we're just flooding. We're just link flooding from here. And ByuN, he's scored down. Again, the pants were down, baby. The pants were down. ByuN, he never scouted the main base. He never scouted the natural. He didn't see what was coming his way. He was being greedy himself. He delayed his own starports. Borderline build order win here for Cham. Essentially build order win, really. I mean, I say that, like, technically there was the opportunity for ByuN to scout, and then he could adjust. Like, imagine this game here with 2 bunkers, right? With 2 bunkers and with some SimCity. If ByuN had only known. If he had only known. CC does catch fire. Now, this is getting a little bit scary. Bearing in mind that we do have 3 CCs here for ByuN. He kind of makes 3 SCVs at a time. He has mules. And Cham is not droned. Like, he's still very all in. There we go. Now he starts droning. Now he starts droning up. Does force away off the ramp. No, the Biles! Biles connect. Brutal connections. Champion, just keep going. Ah, but the tank is out. Yeah, the tank has arrived. And with that, ByuN, he's stuck on a one base economy. He's stuck on one base. Overlord can provide some high ground vision. Ooh, looks like ByuN wants to move down to low ground. He's moving down. Sham can fight. Ooh, yeah, a bit of miscontrol here. It does lose 2 Ravagers. Does lose 2. Behind this, Sham is droning. We should be seeing a lair soon. Sorry, we already have one. So here's droning, saturating. There it is. Double upgrades on the way. And Sham, he can just get further ahead. Getting road speed, 1-1, 3 base saturation. Sham, we just gotta calm down. Now, as I mentioned before, ByuN does have 3 orbitals, so he can replenish these workers quite quickly. You also have mules available as well. He's going for his drop play. It's on Sham to minimize losses. You gotta keep up with the drops, minimize losses, defend the 4th, the 3rd, the main. The army does race back. And anti-air is quite limited here for Sham. It's very limited. He has a handful of queens. Sims in. Sims in, gets a Ravager, gets 1. Catching a queen as well. We can see, yeah, Chammy's in position, he's in the main. Again, would it be wise to just leave units in every single base? As ByuN is pushing. He's committing. Okay, drop into the 3rd. Getting 1, getting 2. I just 1. Catching out 1 drone. ByuN is distracting. So far, Sham is keeping up. Yeah, defends against both drops. Not bad. And Sham is built up into a 3 base economy. From here, I wouldn't be opposed to a Spire. Though, as these drops are getting a bit out of hand. Yeah, 6 drones. Again, ByuN is being so annoying. I do like this counter attack though. Can pick up the depots. Drop goes back in. 9 drones. Now into the main. And again, roaches have a very hard time keeping up with this. So 9 workers. ByuN is supply blocked. Depots did go down. And Sham is maxed. Sham is maxing out. There we go. Now we get the Spire. Now we get the Fixation Pits. This drop is getting out of hand. Yeah, getting a queen, getting a couple of drones as well. Oof. Yeah, brutal damage here at the 4th. Like, these are nice moves, but at the same time, Sham is maxed, and we should be making use of this army soon. Now, I say soon, we don't have to push in. Turret's on the way. Do we scan? Does he notice? ByuN, does he notice? He does not. He gets in. Gets on top of the army. Oh, where's the unbow? Army doesn't siege. Roaches, they get into the main. Okay, never mind. Gets into main base. There we go. He gets noticed. ByuN turns back around. SCV is going to be falling. And that's going to be with it when it comes to the economy. There's nothing left. At 21 SCV kills. Going for the upgrades. 9+2. At least trying to. Forcing out a scan, and GG gets called. Cham, he'll take a 2-1 lead in the series. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. He will take a lead. As again, Cham, he does fight back here. Very cheeky build here by Cham, going for the Roach all-in here on Tourmaline. As we mentioned, all-ins do hit even harder on this map because of the rush distance, but on top of that, ByuN didn't scout. And also, ByuN went for a very greedy build. ByuN, he went 3 CC, 3 max setup into double E-base, double upgrades, late starport, late Banshee play, which means late vision, late scouting. The Hellion count was very low. He didn't try to push into the natural, didn't scan the main base either. He had no idea that it was just a pure all-in. Pure all-in there from Cham. 2 base all-in with 3 hatcheries just for larva. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he was caught with his pants down, and now we're loading into game number 4. And can Cham close it out? There's a world where Cham could have 3-0'd. Cham could have 3-0'd. But regardless, we're getting into Winter Madness, and we'll see if ByuN can recover. We'll see if Cham can close it out. As we're loading into a much larger map this time. Much larger map in the map pool. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the Mexican Zerg representing Xeritus. It is Cham. Whew, here we go. We are loading into a much larger map of the map pool. Larger map, a longer rush distance by ground, a much more defendable 3 and 4 bases. We did bring this up earlier when the discussion came up regarding more defensive maps and more turtle heavy maps. This is a map where you can turtle up onto 4 and 5 bases much easier on. That is true. So we could embrace a longer and later game. Because the map is so large, I wouldn't be opposed to muta play. We saw mutas earlier in the series already. We could see it again here. I would be opposed to Roach all-ins. Roach all-ins are much weaker on Winter Madness. So we'll keep an eye on Cham. What do we see this time? Meanwhile, straight up CC first. For the first time this series, CC first out of ByuN. A very greedy play here. But as you mentioned, Winter Madness is known for longer games. You can cut corners. You can be greedy like this, as there's a higher chance to get away with it. So ByuN is cutting corners, Cham is playing standard. Very nice job by Chams anyway, the early scouting. Yes, if you recall, his lings were being very vigilant when it came to keeping up with the Hellions, ensuring that the Hellions didn't see anything. But it also came down to the build. As you mentioned, like ByuN was also being very, very greedy with his build. But to be fair, like if ByuN had scattered with the Hellions, if he had seen it ahead of time, then we would have seen bunkers. 100%. We would have seen bunkers at the natural, or even just a preparation to evacuate the natural and defend the main. But it would have been a defensive setup at the natural with bunkers, depots, and it could have led to a different kind of game state. Regardless, now we're settling in. Jesus. As we skip link speed, no link speed. That is a 235 layer timing. Insanely fast layer, by the way. More gases are being taken. Now, with a 235 layer timing, I'm leaning towards 2-base muta, right? This is feeling like 2-base muta. Technically, this could be 2-base Hydra. We have seen Shin go 2-base Hydra with this. We'll see as link speed does begin. Interesting. Getting to link speed, gases being prioritized. Show us what you got. Will it be the Spire? Will it be the Hydra Den? Should be one or the other. But Cham's third base is going to be delayed as a result. So late third base. Did we get CV Scout? Wait, what? No. No SCV Scouts. No Reaper Scout either. Very late scout by ByuN. Yeah, Hellion is checking. Hellion does confirm the lack of third. Something is wrong. ByuN checks the other third location. So this could be a Roach all-in. Could it be 2 base Muta? And it is. Spire gets thrown down, so 2 base Muta at a Cham. And ByuN is not fully aware. This could still be Mutas, Roaches, or Hydras. But at least ByuN knows that something is wrong, right? Like, he knows that something is up. That this is not standard. Catching out the Overlord. Going for his own drop early on. Liberator follow-up. Oh, okay, sorry. So this was a CC first into 1-1-1 before Starport. Sorry, before third CC. Hyper aggressive. Hyper aggressive here by ByuN. I do like this. ByuN is being very assertive. Does spot the third. And will force a cancel. Denies the third base, dropping into the main. Hellions are ready. Without the medevac, ByuN, oh, he's still going to be forced back. He's going to be zoned away. Hellions, they go for the dive. Yeah, dives into the natural, gets behind the middle line, and he does scout. He does confirm the Spire this time. He knows. Spire's been scouted. 8 drones going down. Oh my god, crazy damage already. Yeah, 8 drone kills. Liberator, he does commit. Back at home, we fully wall off. And ByuN is getting ready. Here come the turrets already. So turrets are being thrown down. Lings a counterattack. ByuN, he does have a full wall. No, actually, sorry, there's a hole. No, never mind. Okay. For a moment, I thought it was a little bit of a gap. But ByuN, he does fully wall off. He is safe. Yeah, ByuN is safe. ByuN is secure. 2 more drones go down. And so far, the Muta play has not been worth it. On the one hand, these Mutas are meant to give at least map control and get some counter damage done, but Cham's third is heavily delayed. Such a late third base, and also lost a bunch of workers. It was 10 drone kills in total. So Cham is in a rough position. He is behind. And Cham, he only makes 4 Mutas. Only 4. We can see Cham is making a switch into Roaches. Switching out of Muta play. +1 range has begun. Second Evo chamber. But it's going to be a messy, it's going to be a shaky mid-game here for Cham. Shaky mid-game. Now Cham, he does have an opportunity here. We can see that he does get up to almost 3 base saturation. He hasn't taken his gases. But Cham, he might actually go for an all-in. He might just go for a 1-1 timing. Considering how far behind Cham is, I do think that's probably the best option. Is to go for an all-in. ByuN is moving out. This time with Widow Mines. Ling Bane does hit the third. Does get in. Ooh, as the SCVs, they will be able to hold their own. At least they try to, never mind. The SCV's going to be going down at the same time. Champion commits in. Yeah, he does stay off the ramp. Catching out the Roaches. Yeah, Roaches are going to be going down. Ooh, Mindshot does force a bit of friendly fire. But Cham, he doesn't have enough. Barely not. Losing Ravagers, losing Roaches. Marines, they stim in. We're down to 3 Roaches. Down to 2. Yeah, such a low Roach count. ByuN, he breaks into the middle line. 3 more drone kills. Back at home, did lose 9 SCVs, but ByuN still has the greater economy. And I believe Cham is going for the all-in. Cham, he lost a couple of workers, and Cham is not redroning. Just pure Roach Ravager. It's going to be all or nothing for Cham. All or nothing. Cham is moving out. Again, he has to win the game with this. Cham, he has 22 Roaches, 4 Ravagers. There is a Bio army here back at home. Bunkers are being thrown down. Good call here by ByuN. Nice mine shot. Nice mine connection. Tank follow going off. Cham working towards Burrow and Tunneling Claws. Bit of a Hail Mary play. He's doing what he can. Still no fourth, and still no more drones. Like, no more drones, no more saturation. It's all or nothing for Cham. Cham is looking for another way in. Rotates to the natural. Now we have 2 tanks in position, 2 bunkers, widow mines, missile turret as well. Oh, Cham is hoping he can burrow, but with the turrets, there's no way in. Oh no. Yeah, he's gonna go for the tunneling claws. He's gonna burrow. There's detection on the high ground. Don't do it. Okay, thankfully, he does check with the changelings. Does check. Changelings, they confirm. Cham knows he cannot get in. Forced 1 burrow. And Cham, and now he gets a 4th base. 4th hatchery, another gas geyser, infestation pit, droning. This is a very late decision by Cham. He now realizes the all-in will fail, but he was so all-in. I mean, that's why it's called an all-in. So late 2-2, late gases, late droning, and late 4th expansion. It's all very late here for Cham. ByuN is outscaling him, and ByuN is maxed. Bearing in mind that Roach Ravager does inflate your supplies, so Cham actually has quite a small army in comparison. Thankfully, ByuN, he doesn't move out with everything. Just a triple drop. Ooh, as he does find some drones. 3-4 drones going down. Here comes the main army. Cham is working on infestors, and that will help. He'll have a couple of fungals. ByuN moving in between the bases. First tank gets called out, it's not bad. Gets 1. Ooh, just the 1 there. Yeah, just the 1. It's ByuN who overwhelms the main, cashing out all the roaches. Pushes towards the 3rd. Fungal does graze the army. Gets another tank. These have been nice pickoffs. But Cham is still hurting. He's still hurting. Not like this. Second Spire is on the way. Roaches, they do come in from behind. Okay, nice flank. Nice burrow. He has to hold on. There it is, as burrow does get 1, 2, 3 tanks, not bad. 3 tanks going down, but Marines, they just stim in. Oh god, the man with gun, he just breaks on through anyway. Stims through the army. Picks up, GG gets called, and ByuN ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We're going to game 5. Again, it was a very shaky start by Cham. Winding it back, Cham, what happened? He went for an early lair. He went for a very early, what was it, 2:35 lair timing into 2-base muta. Initially, there was no scout, but we saw that ByuN was being hyper-aggressive. He was being hyper-aggressive, and he did confirm the muta play with his Hellion dive into the mineral line. ByuN, he was able to cripple the economy. He got, what, like 8 to 9 drone kills early on, slowing down his opponent, securing up back at home, and because the mutas got scouted, Cham had to switch out. He only made 4 mutas. Only 4 mutas. He had to switch into roaches instead. Went for a big roach all-in, but it was a delayed roach all-in because of the stifled economy, and ByuN was more than ready. He had bunkers, depots, turrets, set up back at home. GG. GG, well played. Again, this time, ByuN was able to scout, able to confirm, and able to react. And now we're getting into the ace match. Going to be loading into Title Citadel. Let's go. The final game of the series. We'll see if Cham can bring it back here. We'll see if ByuN will close it out. Let's go. At spawning in the upper hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the Mexican Zerg, representing Exertus. It is Cham. Here we go. And big shout out to Jojo Power Ranger in the chat. God, baby, God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 4 months in a row. Thank you so much, papi. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. I was gonna try to make a JoJo's reference, but I don't know enough. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Thank you, papi. Thank you. We stand with you. I don't. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. From here, again, Shem has had some very quirky builds. We've been seeing Roach All-Ins, Muta play, 2-base Muta as well. Shem has been mixing it up. We'll see what we have for us this time as we are loading into Title. Title Citadel is a bit of a larger map in the map pool. The bases are very spread out, similar to White Rabbit, actually. Similar to White Rabbit, but the bases are very spread out. They're very isolated from each other, and it can be difficult to keep up with aggressive builds. Can be difficult. To open up. ByuN has also been mixing up his builds as well. We've been seeing some more aggressive builds here by ByuN. Still no 2-axe Reaper, which is a little bit surprising to me, but we have been seeing a lot of 1-1-1s, a lot of delayed third bases out of ByuN. Has been a little more common out of our Terran. Oh, there. Didn't watch a lot of Power Rangers. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Fair enough, fair enough. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Yes, I also watched a lot of Power Rangers as a kid. I mean, I say a lot of only the original series. Like, I never... Only the original. I know there was like a recent like 20th, maybe not, it must have been more than 20, but there was like a recent anniversary special that released, like bringing back some of the old cast. The nostalgia, baby, the nostalgia. I appreciated it. Appreciated it. As behind this, ByuN does go for a much more standard opener this time, going for a third CC into Starport. Standard build here by ByuN. Cham gets link speed, and he does pull into gas, but again a little bit later, nowhere near as quickly as last time. Everything is looking normal so far. So far. So here we're building up. Saw the original Megazord action figure. Oh, let's go. That's sick. That's sick. I never got into the other, like, I never got into like Kamen Rider or like Super Sentai, like before that. Never got into it. I remember I tried rewatching the original Power Rangers movie a couple of years ago, and you know, it doesn't really hit you until rewatching it just how bad some of the CGI was. Like, oh god, it does not hold up, man. It does not hold up. You forget about that when you're a kid. Feels avenues, man. For now that we're settling it. Again, so far it's been pretty standard, pretty tame. I think out of all games so far in this series, like, it's been a very tame start here from both players. Cham is going to be going into Roaches though. True. He's going into Roach play, getting to his double Evo chambers, into a Roach heavy mid game. But there's no signs of an all-in, right? There's no signs of hyper aggression. We're just easing our way into the mid game. ByuN does scout, it does confirm the Roach Warren, does he? So ByuN is aware of the tech. Hellions, they poke in. They poke in. So far, Cham does keep up. Zoning back to Hellions. Does zone them away. We're just kind of poking. Oh, nice catch. Nice around. Catching out of the Hellions. This will actually make the 7-minute push that much weaker. Usually you want to keep and retain those Hellions, and when you move out with your tank timing, you can morph them into Hellbats and have a bit of a stronger push. So nice catch there from Cham. Oh, as he's forced to cancel the 4th base. Less than ideal. And the 4th base should be the target of the main push. Should be. So ByuN is building up. Securing his 3rd, getting his 5-rack setup. Seeing that we have +1 melee and +1 range on the way, this looks a little bit more indicative of a fast Hive into fast Ultras. If you remember, someone that was playing this style last year was Shin, right? Shin, this was around DreamHack Dallas, going for a Roach opener, skipping Banelings, going Roach into Lings, in towards Ultras instead. That should be the big power spike here for Cham, assuming that's the goal. We'll see. Infestation Bit feels like Ultra Tech. Or feels like Hive Tech. As the Bio Army has arrived. We can make a couple of safety infestors. Does get a Ravager, not bad. Ravager goes down. ByuN is deflected. There's the first safety infestor, and there's the Hive. So again, Hive is on the way. With those melee upgrades, we should be working towards +2 in towards said Ultra Cavern. So the big power spike will be those Ultras. We'll see if Cham can get there. Again, this is a little bit old school. This was very, very prevalent last year, like halfway through last year, leading into EWC. This style did fall off as players became more aggressive, and also as Lingbane became more viable in the latest patch. Bearing in mind the latest patch was, what, last year, October? ByuN is going to be forced back. Does sneak out on the right-hand side. Hive is almost done. Cham, he's almost there. ByuN is poking in. Cashing out a couple of Overlords. Supply blocking Cham. Hive is now done. And there's... So the goal here is to get into Ultras, again, to Kindness Plating. And then he can start to be active. Until then, it's all about defending. Right? It's all about surviving. Until Ultras. Can he get there? Latest movie about 10 years ago was bad. It was only Power Rangers for the last 20 minutes of the movie. I haven't watched the newer movie. I did. But yeah. Did hear mixed things about it. No. Not like this. But yeah, from here, we're just building up. Again, the Ultra Cavern is now done. There's Kindness Plating. We still need a little bit more time. Oh, Cham is maxed out, unfortunately, so he does have to trade. Has to free up supply. As ByuN is gaining ground. I should say that the goal for ByuN should be to break Cham before the Ultras come into play. Like ByuN, he's not ready for Ultra Tech. Cham collapses in. Getting us over the tanks, not bad. Getting 1, 2, 3 tanks. But the Marines, they hold their own. Nice fungal. Very nice fungal. The Banelings, oh my god, catching out the entire army. Very nice trade. And behind this were the Ultras. We need those Ultras. ByuN is forced back. We have 3-3 upgrades. Going for the Spire? No Ultra production yet. And Cham is still lacking gases. ByuN's still rallying in. Again, Kindness Plating is finishing, but we have no Ultras taking advantage of that. We need the Ultras, papi. Cham is still holding on. Still is holding. Remember, behind this, there's no ghost production, for example. I believe ByuN hasn't actually seen the main, so he's not fully aware of as what's coming his way. Fungal doesn't quite connect. But Cham is gaining map control. Oh, that's way too soon. Never mind. As ByuN moves in. Ooh, does take a bait into the face. Ultras are revealed. And Cham holds. And Cham is holding on. Once again, Cham has no anti-air. 7 Corruptors are on the way. Cham is out of position. No, he's out of position. The base. The hatchery goes down. Yeah, ByuN breaks through. Takes down the 5th. Ooh. Does pick up in time. And ideally, Cham wants to move out across the map, but back at home, ByuN is getting ready. ByuN has got his planetaries, switching into more Marauders. From here, we can try to go into, there we go, Ghost Academy. Academy's on the way. And ByuN, his goal here is to survive until Ghost. Survive. Cham is max. He's maxed out. 3-3 is almost done. Catching up the Banshees. Cham, we go to commit. Denies center expansion at least. But we got to keep going further from here. Yeah, Cham pulls away. I mean, he will avoid the flank. True. Does pull away. More infestors in production. But the longer this goes on, I mean, the more ghosts are amassing. There's 4 ghosts on the way. Yeah, Cham, he's missing his window. Typically, when it comes to this build, like, you have a big power spike with Ultras, and then the window does close. That timing, it's running out. And with that, now there's 4, soon to be 7 ghosts. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN is turtled up. He's got his pre-split, his pre-spread. And we've been here before. I'm getting deja vu. Where Cham, he had a certain advantage. He had the tech advantage specifically. But he fails to deny the center base. This is the 5th getting up and running. This should not be happening. But the 5th is up. And Cham is maxed, and he's not really finding any damage with the army. He's building up a bank, that is true. But what's the plan to what? Take up into a Greater Spire again and go into Broodlords? As more ghosts are building up, Fusion Core is on the way. That should be for Liberator range. Should be for mass libs. 5 goes up. Guess an Ultra. Ultra goes down. Cham rolling in, going for the planetary. Decent fungal. Planetary does fall. Gets the base. Cham pulls away. Again, not the worst trade here for Cham, and we should be seeing more of this, where we go in, kill a base, and keep rotating, keep doing this. Knocking down expansions. Ensuring that ByuN doesn't get comfortable. But for now, we're backing off. Does pull away, does rotate. It feels like the initial trade here was a little bit too late. Decent fungal. We're gonna keep going. Oh my god. Brutal mind shots. Brutal minds, they connect. Decent fungal here on the main army. Bailey's gonna get into the mineral line, and the planetary looks like it will barely go down. Does fall. Shan pulls away. Is rebuilding with mainly Zergling. It does feel like we do want to go for that air switch. Making more corruptors, but there is no greater spire. There is no spire. That's a kill, not a cancel. Yeah, he wants to. Yeah, there's a greater spire. So he's thinking about brood lords. Not again, Pappy. Not again. Shammy commits in. Oof. Once again, brutal mind shots. Sham does go for the mineral line. Stones away the ghost. Decent trades. Zoning back the army. 14 SCV kills. But doesn't get the expansion. Oof. And ByuN does say the better main army fight. Again, ByuN, he's building up his ghost. He's got 10 ghosts so far. And Sham, he still doesn't have the gold. Still don't have the gold expansion. The economy here is still a little bit lackluster. It does have 80 workers, that is true. But doesn't saturate bottom left or top right. Sham tries to find a way in. Go base is denied once again. As again, Sham, we should be seeing rotations. If you look here on the left-hand side, this base is so much more exposed. There's no setup. But Sham is fixated here on the right-hand side. And he's going in once again. Into the minefields, into all these liberators. Making his way through. Does get into the mineral line. Oof, takes down 20 for like 25 SCVs. That's a lot of SCVs. Oh, he does keep chasing though. Does keep chasing. Gets a ghost. And then ghost goes down. Takes down the mineral line. But he ever extends. Yeah, Sham, he will lose everything. All the ultras, all the corruptors. Sham has to rebuild. That was an expensive army. And Sham is burning through that bank. He's burning through. And he has no bank. We still have a bunch of gases at least, but no minerals. Again, just now transferring. Still doesn't have the gold. And again, we don't have to push into this. There's what, like 7 liberators sieged up? We can hit the left-hand side instead, Batman. Go for another expansion. Does come in from behind. He gets in once again. Okay, he's rolling through. Going for the mineral line. Oh, the SCVs are transferring it just in time. Every SCV will fall. And can he cripple the economy? Goes to hold their own against the ultras. Every ultra will fall. And down to 1. Down to 0 ultras. It's going to be 25 more SCV kills. Down to 27 workers. And Sham, now that he has the gold, can he outproduce? Can he outproduce ByuN? Can he keep this going? At a certain point, ByuN will run out of money. As again, ByuN is down to 27 workers. The mules are sustaining him. True. Oh no! Oh, as the gold will not get up. Shammy needs this gold base. Oh. Gets 2 medevacs. Just the one. Oh my god. Yeah, just the one. Attention does turn to the gold. Champion forced to engage. Once again, the one shot's are brutal. Oof. And mine shots do connect. No detection. ByuN is rebuilding his economy. Cham is remaxed. Bearing in mind that ByuN does have a super maxed army, he's staying on a low worker count and he's fixated on building up an even greater force. Ooh, does get a fresh mining base though. This should not be happening. Cham, he has to stop this.
Swarm forces under attack.
He's going in. Oof. He's trying to. Offering a couple of broodlords. Shammy's ready to defend the gold this time. Defends the gold. ByuN, he maxes out. Oh. He does max. So has a planetary. Lings are trickling in, not many bailings. Congo doesn't quite land. Does get around on the planetary at least, but not many SCV kills. Again, it was mainly Mule. At the same time, the gold base is denied. Cham is hurting. And Cham is being distracted. He's forced to defend bottom left. Every base on the map is being taken. And defending bottom left means the top right is taken by ByuN. Just a fresh mining base. Oh, ByuN now pushing towards top right. This is the most important mining base here for Cham. Cham is falling apart. Losing more bases. Cham going for the backstab. Okay, at least he tries to. Does hit the center expansion. Cashing out some SCVs. And this would mean more if there wasn't already another expansion though. There's already another. Yeah, ByuN is totally out of control. You can just give chase. Snipes a broodlord. 2 broods going down. Cham is broke. He's burned through everything. No more minerals, no more gas. No more money. And Shammy cannot defend. Cannot defend. Losing more bases. Cham, he's down to what, a 1 base economy at this point. Okay, saturating his gold. Does need it. Oof. Yes, Jamie tries to get it in. Once then takes a massive mind shot to the face. The mine shots. More bases going down. And again, Cham has been falling apart. He's been falling apart for quite some time. He misses window of opportunity. Again, this game was actually very similar to game one. Very, very similar. Where Cham had a lot of potential. He had the stronger start. Not as strong as game one. But Cham, he had no urgency. He had no urgency to kill the fifth. To deny the fifth expansion. To rotate between the fifth base and the fourth base. To deny the sixth. Like, the urgency just wasn't there. ByuN got away with it. We did have a couple of nice fights after the fact for Cham, and he's just been pulled apart. Just been pulled apart. He cannot keep up, not anymore. I mean, it was a very close, very clutch series. Went all the way here to the ace match. I was very impressed here by Cham. Nice fungal. Okay. No follow-up. Barely no follow-up. ByuN does pull away. Drops into the main. Doesn't quite get another ultra, thankfully. Oh no! Does he? No, not right. Yeah, ByuN just ensuring that there's no backup expansions. And Cham, he has one fight in him. He's got one fight. That's all he's got. As Cham can't even max out. Cannot max. If he can land like one strong fungal, then maybe. Maybe. That's what we're hoping for. Cham is built up to soon to be seven Brood Lords. ByuN threatening to expand. Let's catch a Liberator. And we just committed. Oh gosh. The Ghost Punish. Drock is being thrown away. There's a fungal, but again, there's no follow-up. Second fungal does land. And Cham's just being bullied. Yeah, just being bullied back here. He cannot engage. Not into all these ghosts. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, nice catch. Takes down, what, 3, 4, 5 ghosts. We had a decent engage towards the end, but only towards the end. Otherwise, ByuN has done it. Breaks the main army. And this is basically all the money that's left. All the money here at the gold. And again, Cham wasn't able to deny the 5th base, the 6th expansion, even the 4th as well. Cham was surprisingly passive when it came to the ultra timing. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. With that, the final fight. Oh! He does get a couple of Liberators. Still retains 4 Brood Lords. But ByuN is still rallying. Just rallying in. Pushing to the mineral line. Fungal does land, but again, there's just not much of a follow-up. We just tank the Fungals. ByuN he just tanks them. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even care. Yeah, takes on the gold. Now this one we're moving in. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A very back and forth series, very intense, very impressive play here by Cham. ByuN was the heavy favorite, and Cham, he fought back very hard, forcing the ace match. And again, there's even a world out there where Cham 3-0s. Like, the first game was in favor of Cham for quite some time before losing that lead. Here it was similar. I say similar because we didn't really have as strong of a mid game as we did in game 1, but here in game 5 we saw that Cham, he was able to rush into Hive Tech, rush into Ultras, rush addition to his upgrades, but he delayed ultra production, and he also, once he had them, delayed any kind of aggression as well. He was staying further back. As a result of that, he did not stop the 5th. He didn't stop the 5th base from being taken. He didn't stop the 6th base from being taken either. There were a couple of nice moments where Chen was able to get like 20 plus SCV kills, committing into the 5th, but that was after the fact. That was much after ByuN had established his economy even harder. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, we have our finalists. Oh boy. We have our grand finals here. It is going to be a best of 5 between ByuN and Percival. The TBT, Pappy, the TBT. Here we go. So just setting up. Finals. So we have our grand final. So again, ByuN and Percival, they have been going back and forth as of late. I will say that Percival, he has had a bit of a winning record against ByuN in recent weeks. And again, they have had more of a back and forth kind of record against each other. It's been impressive to see the growth of Percival over the past year of play, especially improving in TVP, but not just that, also improving in TVT as well. Let's go. We'll see if we can claim that best of 5 is spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran player going for the proxy T-Rex. Let's go. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. Here we go. We have our 2 SCVs being sent out, and we have the proxy T-Rex right outside of the main base of Percival. So hyper aggression here out of ByuN. Again, when it comes to TVT, we do expect to see a lot of 1 base play, a lot of 2 base play. Very rarely do we ever get a slower kind of like maxed out situation where we have siege line versus siege line. That is a rare sight in TVT. Typically, it's a lot more high octane, as Percival does go double gas. Wow. So welcome to Winter Madness. If you recall, we did speak on this, but Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Last time we saw ByuN on this map, he went CC first. It's very common to go for more economic builds, and ByuN is hoping that Percival is playing economically, but we can see he isn't. Percival's going for a safe build, double gas, faster factory, faster Hellion as a result, and if Percival can defend, pull the boys, minimize losses, and buy time for the Hellion, he should be fine. But it comes down to Percival's control, it comes down to his micro. Bearing in mind that Percival, he's going for the SCV scout. With that scout, he will confirm that the Raxes are missing. So he will scout across the map. Percival will confirm. He's aware that something is amiss, and the Reapers are coming. The Reapers are coming. Again, Percival, he has the tools to defend. Does check the throw location. Does confirm. Okay, nice reaction. Nice reaction. Percival, he pulls away. He can't pre-pull the boys. So fires on patrol. There we go. Does pre-pull. The boys are pulled. They hit a tank. So a nice shuffling of the units. Pulls back to mining. And again, he still has to buy a little bit more time here for his Reaper. Sorry, for his Hellion. Hellion is on the way. ByuN rotates over. Ooh, and ByuN, he might get the first shot off. Boys are pulled. When his V does go down, delays the CC, not bad. Hellion does pop. Ooh, does get exposed. But does defend. There we go. Will defend. Will zone away the army. And with that, Percival, he does hold. Did lose 3 SCVs. And with that, ByuN does tie things up when it comes to the worker counts. But remember, Percival has a much faster natural. A much faster command center. So this is not good enough for ByuN. ByuN is behind. Economically, ByuN, he is behind. He's racing back home to defend. Is expanding, and we're building up into the mid game. From here, it's quite common to see macro accelerators and mass cyclone. I say mass cyclone, like 2 cyclones. Maybe getting up to 3. There it is, as mag field. And again, this is standard. The reason for this is just because your racks are floating. So ByuN, he has no production. He has no production, so he needs to rely on cyclones in the early to mid game. As a result, he needs that upgrade. This is not indicative of mech. Not indicative. Percival, he scouts, he confirms the upgrade on the tech lab. He knows is where the cyclones are amassing. That we're building up into a longer game stage. We can see ByuN being as annoying as possible, delaying the CC. And the Rax is in the way. Before eventually going down. Never understood this. Why do they always focus on the orange story of Power Rangers? True, true. I mean, that's the case, unfortunately, for a lot of remakes, right? They spend a lot of time on that. Smurge, baby, Smurge. How many times have we seen Spider-Man's origin story? Feels bad, man. But Percival does commit across the map. Again, he does have momentum. Backflow Side Rages is not yet done. Oh, but we just see ByuN has a high ground. He's holding on. Pulling back to his natural. Breaks the local with the medevac. Nice moves, nice control. And ByuN is holding. ByuN, he does hold on. He does punish the cyclones. First, he has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Oh, does find the third CC. Will delay. As Percival gets out. And again, ByuN is being hyper greedy because he's behind, right? ByuN, he is behind. He does have a later expansion, so going for a faster third base to make up for that. At least Percival does scout. And behind this, he responds with his own third CC. Okay, we're building up into the mid game. Building up. One game right into the other. ByuN jumping in. So Percival's keeping up. Still has a slightly higher economy. And again, Percival, his goal here is to try to delay the third. He does have disables. He's got his Ravens. Catching out a Cyclone. Very nice catch. The lock-on. It does scan. Lock-on on the medevac. Medevac goes down as well. Massive loss here for ByuN. ByuN commits into the main base. SCVs are going down, but Percival, he commits. And remember, he has those Ravens. He can disable the tanks. Liberator goes down. Percival, he commits in. Forcing a cancel. Tanks, they can just go straight into the natural. Tank flow is going off. There's the disable. And ByuN has nothing. He has what? 5 Marines. We got 5 Marines to defend. And 1 tank. Tanks are slowly pushing in. We can see there it is, another disable. Cyclones, they get the lock on. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Percival, he does take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, a cheeky start here, cheeky build out of ByuN. Winding it back, ByuN did open up proxy racks. He went proxy 2 racks. Wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it. He fell behind. To make up for his deficit, he had to go into the Cyclones. He also chose to go into a very fast third CC. Faster CC to try to build up the economy, to try to make up for his losses. But again, we did see that Percival was being hyper aggressive, hyper assertive, and ensured that ByuN never recovered. Never was able to recover. GG, well played. Percival takes the lead, and now we're going to be loading game number 2. Going to be loading into 10,000 feet. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. This time, not going for a proxy. It is ByuN. We go. Ooh, after some shenanigans in game one, ByuN, he is now, he's got out of his system. He's going to calm down. Building up into a more standard early game. As gases are being taken, Raxes as well. Oh, as we do have a slight deviation here. Okay, so we have double gas. A second gas opener here from ByuN. So double gas means a faster factory. This is a more tech-heavy start out of our blue Terran. Meanwhile, Percival is going for a 2 racks opener. Oh boy. So 2 racks openers like this is a 2 racks Reaper. Percival, this is meant to be a blind counter against a proxy 2 racks. So if ByuN was going for the same build 2 games in a row, then Percival, he will just completely shut him down and then counterattack and then end the game. Because there is no proxy though, this does mean that Percival is quite committed, and it does mean that he needs to find some economic damage. Percival, he's putting himself into a awkward position here. He needs to find damage with this. We'll see if he can, as the Reapers are amassing. Now, what can happen, as ByuN will be down in Reapers, is that if ByuN scouts, if he moves out with the first Reaper, if he scouts, if he gets caught in the center of the map, then everything can very quickly snowball out of control. So ByuN, he's got to be careful. For now, I believe just checking for proxies. He shouldn't move across the map. Checks all the third locations before pulling back home. So again, very safe play here by ByuN. Doesn't move out. Here come the Reapers of Percival. Breaking in. Delays the CC. Oh, and who shoots first? ByuN. Yeah, ByuN does shoot first. Does get an extra shot off. Percival has to get out of here. Has to pull away. Pulls away, but here come the reinforcements. At the same time, ByuN should have a Hellion. Hellion has arrived. Ooh, KDA charge to go up. Despite that, Reaper goes down, and ByuN holds. Okay, ByuN is holding on, catching out another Reaper. Bullying back Percival. And Percival, he failed to get into the middle line, losing another Reaper. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN overextends. There's away the Hellion. ByuN does dip further into the main. Back in the main base, there's not really much here going on. Does confirm there's no starport. There's no one base all in. Starport is heavily delayed. ByuN now knows. Now does know. You see Percival pushing his way up into the ramp. Cyclone has arrived. ByuN holds. Does hold on. As it all settles here, I do favor ByuN's position. ByuN, he does have 2 base saturation. The orbital is finishing. Percival much later to expand. Much later. Later tech as well. Now in TVT, these deficits, you can make up for them, especially in the mid game. You can outposition your opponents, and you can be down in supply but still take a better fight and claim it from your opponent as well. Show us what you got. Percival does poke in. Just being an annoyance. Gets 1, 2, 3. 3 SCVs, not bad. 3 SCV kills. Dives into the main. Not ready for his own draw play. Meanwhile, it's going to be 4 dead SCVs. Again, good trades here from Percival. At the same time, Cyclones, they bust into the main. They do get another 3, another 4 SCV kills themselves. 5! Oof. Yeah, 5, 6 SCVs going down. Lock on the medevac. And it's a one-way trip. It's going to be a one-way trip here. Medevac goes down. Oof. And ByuN is cleaned up. It's a 1-to-1 trade. It is a 1-to-1 trade, but bearing in mind that ByuN does still have the better economy, it still does benefit ByuN. Percival being active. A bold move. As Percival does move out, does have disable. Can he get on top of the tanks? Not quite. Thinks about it. So we both have our Ravens. Percival does begin Viking production. ByuN does have the high ground. Ooh, risky maneuver. ByuN is going for harass. Uh-oh. Yeah, the Ravens will harass across the map. Percival, does he find a way in? He's looking for one. Vikings get a volley off. Ravens moving into the natural. There's the first disable. We do unsiege in time. He can save the tank, and he does. Does save the tank at the same time. Auto charge here across the map. Gets into the mineral line. Another disable. Percival's moving in at the same time. Jesus, that's going to be 11 SCV? 13? Oh my god, 13 SCV kills. Percival is not being attentive at all. 13 SCVs to just a couple of water turrets, and Percival's all in. Percival is completely all in. He has to win the game with this army. Gets one. Being up to 2 Vikings. Late reaction out of ByuN. Does go for late reaction. Nice disable. Tank goes down. So Sims in. Gets another. That's another. The boys are being pulled. ByuN getting desperate. No, he cannot break out. And Percival, is he doing it? He's close. Doesn't quite get the tank though. And likewise, ByuN also pulls the boys. SCVs will fall. Despite that, only 13. Oh, I say that's looking. Oh, God. 23. Yeah, that final tank shot. 23 SCV kills. ByuN does fall behind. Percival claiming his third. Again, we're getting very messy. Very messy. As ByuN is hurting. ByuN is hurting economically when it comes to the main army. Percival, he doesn't really have much to work with himself. ByuN may just counterattack and end it. Yes, ByuN, he has to counterattack. Does have the larger army. And even though Percival did a lot of damage across the map, he cannot defend. Yeah, the Vikings, they land, breaks through the siege line, and we have a series. We have back and forth as this army cannot be dealt with. Cleans up the Bio, cleans up the third. GG gets called, and ByuN ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. A very chaotic back and forth so far. Again, Percival had some strong moments himself when it came to trading, when it came to breaking into the natural and crippling the economy. But as we mentioned, in the end, ByuN still retained his army and was eventually able to move out across the map with it as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are tied up. Good loading game 3. We're going to be loading into Title Citadel. Here we go. We'll see who takes the lead in the series. Who takes a lead? Who proxies? True. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of the Title Citadel, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. Este por mi olla. Este. Just opening up the window. Getting a little bit hot in here. As we do once again do mix up our openers. We do have a double gas opener out of ByuN, going double gas, going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, Percival going for a more economic start. Again, so far when it comes to the builds of choice, we have had some very quirky builds. Game 1, it was ByuN going for the proxy 2-racks. Game 2 was Percival going for the 2-racks back at home. This time we have Percival going for an economic start and ByuN going for a tech heavy start. But this is, I would say, probably the most tame start we've had so far in this series. Most tame start. Yes, we have some variations, but nothing overly aggressive. Put you in charge of the new Lord of the Rings movies. I'm terrified they're going to ruin it. There's new Lord of the Rings movies? What? Is that a thing? No shot. I had no idea. Really? Why? No shot. I'm looking it up right now. Lord of the Rings, The Hunt for Gollum, 2027? Ay, ay, ay. Why? God damn it. Feels bad, man, Pappy. Feels bad, man. We just can't make new IPs. Just gonna keep going back to what makes money. Smurge. Yeah, wow, that's a thing that's happening. Okay. Okay. Let's jump this way again. I mean, personally, I was not fond of the Hobbit movies. To be fair, I didn't even watch the third one. I don't think I watched the second one either. The first one was enough for me. Like I was I was not too fun. Feels bad, man. I also have not watched Rings of Power. Also heard negative things about that as well, unfortunately. Feels bad, man. You know what I want? Unironically, you know what I want out of Lord of the Rings? I want give us Battle for Middle Earth 3. That's what that's what I want, Pappy. Gibbs. Give me the power fantasy of controlling like a Lord of the Rings-esque army. That's all I want. As for now, we're calming down. We do have a third CC for Percival. As we mentioned when it came to the early game, we had much more standard builds, I should say. Yes, the pressure's on ByuN. I don't know if you noticed, but Percival, he does have a worker advantage over ByuN. The reason for this is because Percival did have a more economic build. He had a faster third CC to make up for it. Oh, I said make up for it. Percival even doubling down with a faster third base as well. So faster natural, faster third base out of Percival. The pressure is going to be on ByuN. Pressure's on. From here, I believe ByuN should have a faster tank count. Yes, so ByuN, he will have more tanks, faster tank production. He'll also be building up his ravens, and we'll see if we can make use of this army. Both players are expanding, both players are claiming their third bases, but we can still be active on the map to delay each other's third base and to potentially even find more damage from there. Scan reveals the third base timing. Doesn't reveal the e-bays, but again, Percival's being greedy. Faster third, faster double e-bay, faster upgrades. All the greed out of Percival. And ByuN is pushing, he has to, right? ByuN, he has to be the aggressor. That brings the power, but I was on ketamine while I watched it, and that makes everything feel more epic. Yeah. Not like this. That's the way to do it, I guess. As ByuN does get within range of the production, once again, the goal here isn't to kill, the goal here is to delay, right? To delay the third. To keep Percival on 2 bases, ByuN back at home, he is soon claiming his own third. Just maintaining this position, so far so good. Remember, Percival, he has no tanks of his own. That's how greedy he's been. His first tank is soon to arrive. Percival, he can still mass disable. Catching out more add-ons. Ooh, auto charge 2 zone away. Not bad. This also means that ByuN won't have any counter disables himself, so he has to be careful. Takes over the center. There's a third base for ByuN. And I feel like ByuN at this point needs to back off. He still has energy here for 1 disable. True. Has a little bit of energy left over. Speaking of, there's the auto turret. Goes down 2. There's energy turrets. Does unsiege in time and does pull away. Clutch moves here by ByuN. He does pull out in time. Doesn't lose a single tank. Very nice. And ByuN gets out. When he gets out, he pulls out. As ByuN does race back home. Too risky for investors. Same thing about creating new arts like we did in the 90s or 2000s. I mean, thankfully, this is something that I would say hasn't really impacted gaming too much. Like, there's still a lot of like new IPs, new games being made. I'll say that's at least a positive thing to look at. But that definitely has hit like the more like movie environment a lot more. As we do go for the mass disable, boys are being pulled. Can we get on top of the tanks? So I'll take down a good chunk of the bio. But the tanks are being focused down. One tank does barely break out. And ByuN is trying to hold on. Marines, they come in from behind, and Percival, he breaks through. Yeah, he breaks through. He breaks the third expansion. He's got 3 tanks left over. Denies the third. 14 SCV kills. Insane damage. And behind this, Percival is freely mining. Freely mining. ByuN, he did have some nice damage across the map, but Percival, he is broken out. He's broken free. He's had enough. Jumping into the main. Has been denied. ByuN attempting to re-expand. Looking back on this, ByuN, he's down in tanks. Down in tanks. Does still have his ravens alive. So he does have potential. As ByuN rotates over towards the left-hand side. And Percival also rotating. Oh. Looking for a way in. Once again, dropping into the main. ByuN's out of position. Production is exposed. Tanks are moving in. Percival all over ByuN. He's all over him. Where are we going? And he was hoping he would find the third base. Unfortunately, was unable to. Behind this, getting his own fourth on location. And ByuN's been forced to be more defensive. Okay, we're still in this. We're still building up. Behind this, ByuN is stuck on 3 bases. Percival, he's now up in expansion. Now working on Viking production, building up into the mid-game. The game is slowing down at this point. The game is slowing down. We've had a very aggressive kind of early to mid-game. Now we can build up. Now, when it comes to TVT, we bring this up all the time, but now we have the opportunity to, just because Game 1 and Game 2 were hyper-aggressive. But when it comes to the mid-game, ByuN is very unique. When it comes to ByuN's TVT, he's very adverse to building up into Vikings. Vikings and Ravens are kind of the go-to in the mid-game to perfect your army. As you can see here, we have Viking production. Meanwhile, ByuN, he doubles down and commits into purely Marine Medevac tank. It's a much cheaper army that ByuN typically does rely upon. It's very, very cheap. There's a lot of Marines, but it's very mobile as well. And ByuN, he excels when it comes to drop play, when it comes to army movement. Percival so far is trying to keep up. He's got his own armies being active on the map. ByuN gets spotted. Percival moving in. He does make his way across the map. He can actually wedge himself into the natural. Uh-oh. Yeah, ByuN sees nothing. ByuN does not see the main army. ByuN is out of position. ByuN does catch out a double drop here on the right-hand side. But Percival, he's pushing up into the natural. He's got his 4 tanks. Stims in, he gets 1. And 1 tank goes down. He can force a cancel on the 4 CC. Does force a cancel. It does cancel the expansion. The Ravens have arrived. There's the anti-arm missile. ByuN, he's going to be able to overwhelm. And ByuN cleans up. Wow, he cleans up the army. Gets all 4 tanks. I mean, Percival, he had some nice moves killing the 4 CC, but Percival, he overstayed his welcome. He overstayed his welcome. Lost everything in the process. ByuN moves out. And remember, ByuN, he trades out mainly Marine with that in that main fight. Mainly losing Marines. ByuN is now pushing. Tanks are a little bit late to siege. Oh, let's pull away. Does pull away, does respect the siege line. There is more of an opening here towards the 4th base. Instead, ByuN going for the drop. He's going for the dream drop. Gets spotted. Getting scouted. Percival should be responding. Does find the tank. As Percival pulls away. ByuN trying to keep up. Both armies are maxing out. And again, Percival just retaining that air control he's trying to. He's up to 5, soon to be 7 Vikings. Now going into Liberators. Again, the goal for Percival is that typically you can take over the skies and then take over the ground with your Liberators, with your tank lib. ByuN instead is going to be hoping to try to catch the army unsieged or bypass the army entirely. As ByuN is stepping in. Ooh, doesn't get us over the tanks, almost. ByuN has to pull away. Again, the goal is to dive on those unsieged tanks. Doesn't quite catch him. Yeah, ByuN going for the backstab instead. Better trade for ByuN. Fighting out range of the tanks. Picks off the Marines. The Viking as well. Yeah, so many Marines go down for Percival. ByuN pulls away, rotates. Percival setting up the center of the map, but ByuN going for the gold. No. So we're setting up the center, throwing down turrets, center towers as well. Bold move. ByuN is moving in. It's a bold move out of ByuN. Does get one tank. Gets one, barely gets two. Not even. Yeah, messy fight out of ByuN. Getting messy. Making 16 Marines at a time. As you mentioned, ByuN is typically very Marine heavy. As ByuN keeps up with the drop. Percival looking for another way in. Does scan. Does siege. Does siege up. Again, ByuN is keeping up with the main army rotation. ByuN is in position. ByuN does skirt around the left-hand side. Looks like should be bypassing the army entirely. Like, I don't see ByuN flanking the army pushing up from the low ground. Like, that'd be crazy. That would be crazy. Yeah, ByuN, he does go right down the center. Stims across, going for the planetary. Oh, does quite find a way in. Percival does he turn around, catching up 3 tanks. And ByuN does make his way in. Sends forward, does take down the first 2 tanks. 2 tanks going down. Getting to the production as well, not bad. The Ravens, they race back home to defend. Saving the tanks. And Percival will hold. But again, this actually forces everything back home for Percival. He did mass on siege. So this is well worth it for ByuN. ByuN didn't really kill many SCVs, but he was able to kill a starport, disrupt the production, and also force the entire army back home. Giving ByuN so much more breathing room. So much more room to breathe. We're still getting messy. Percival pulling at ByuN. Also pushing right through the center. Gets a tank, moving into the third base mineral line. ByuN has some reinforcements. At the same time, oh god! ByuN moves into a siege line. Getting punished. Getting punished, getting caught out. ByuN boosting over. Does try to find some tanks here. The turrets, they do punish. Yeah, the turrets are brutal. Percival, he defends. ByuN plummets in supply. ByuN does plummet. As he does try to catch some tanks. Tanks, they barely do get away. So too soon. Gets one. Yeah, takes down one. Takes down a couple of Vikings as well. Decent catch here from ByuN, catching another tank. Took a while, but he does find some damage. Gaining value, gaining ground. Remember, the go base is up. Has been up the entire time. ByuN, he's tried a couple of times here. He cannot break this position. He's been trying. Cannot break it. Oof. Losing more medevacs. Getting bullied back. Nice siege there with the Liberators. And the goal base is going to be denied. Yeah, ByuN is just being torn apart. He cannot max out either. Percival, he's doing it. He's doing it. Again, this mass marine style from ByuN, it only works if he can catch out these free units, or catch out tanks, catch out Vikings. It only works if he can catch his opponent out of position. Otherwise, Percival does have the more efficient composition. Just straight up more efficient. ByuN does take down both tanks. Ooh, takes down all the marines as well. Yeah, Percival inattentive. Army was on a move. Was on a move here. ByuN once again boosting in. Let's go. This is what, third, fourth time? Oh god. Losing a full medevac. He keeps trying again. That this is the third time he's attempted this. ByuN, calm down. It's not working. Stop boosting into the turrets. Oh no. Oh, nice catch. It's 1-2 Ravens. But again, Percival is maxed. Stemming off the ramp. ByuN coming in from behind, trying to. Gotta be zoned away by the Liberator. ByuN going for the counterattack, going for the base trade. He runs into a siege line. Oh god. He stims in, and he will break through. Okay. Breaks through the siege line just barely. This one does hit top right. Once again, medevacs are punished. As both armies are maxing. This can still go either way. Armies are maxed. Banks are comparable. So again, we have more Ravens here for Percival. He's got 9 Ravens. Oh my god. So this Raven, Viking, Liberator army. Once again, Percival's army is more cost efficient. He rotates upside. Percival, he responds. He wants to force a fight. Oh. And ByuN is going to have to. Yeah, ByuN, he's been avoiding the main fight for the entirety of this game, but now he cannot. No longer. He's going to commit. Catching out 2 tanks already. Oof, massive armor shot goes off. ByuN is going to get out of here, losing another tank. Losing another. And more tanks going down. Massive sables as well, catching at every single tank. Ay. So much energy on these Ravens. So much energy. ByuN once again counterattacks. Again, he cannot deal with the main army, so he does push right down mid. Getting himself the planetary. Percival turns back around. Doesn't quite disable in time. Percival does catch out some of those tanks. 3 more tanks going down. Did lose 19 SCVs. Oof. It's all about Chris Walling. My missile goes off. Once again, ByuN is trying to counterattack. Percival moving in. Catching at the tank. Chase the wire so far, nice control by Percival. Disables the tank, shred on the Marines. Attempting to engage. But once again, ByuN cannot load into 18 tanks. Tanks are sieging up, Liberators as well. Marines are being bullied. Oof. They try to push forward into tank range. ByuN finally cleans up this position, by the way. Took him all game. 20 minutes. He breaks through. Ooh, catching out free medevacs as well. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 medevacs are free. Miscontrol to Percival, but he's still fine. Like, he still has a lead. Still pushing further in. Messy defense here for Percival. Getting messy. Percival is almost there. He's almost in the natural. That will be game. Again, Percival, he's almost there. Sniping more orbitals. ByuN coming from behind. Oh, he's trying to. Oof. We had a lot of units here. Marines that get shut down. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Percival, he does wed himself in with the bases. And Percival, he'll take a lead 2-1 in the grand finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Was an intense back and forth. Once again, Percival, he was out trading ByuN. This is one of the downsides here of ByuN's style, is that ByuN, he needs to find damage. He needs to be able to rotate back and forth, catch out tanks, catch out Vikings, catch out CCs. If he fails to do so, then he will get outscaled. Like, he just gets outscaled by the much more efficient tank, Liberator, Raven, Viking army. Like, he just gets outscaled every time. GG. GG, well played. Not easy to keep up with ByuN, but Percival, he was able to. Time and time again, and with that, Percival takes the lead. We're now loading into Tourmaline for game number 4. Let's go. Let us go. Loading into a much smaller map this time. Much smaller map in the map pool. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran leading the series 2-1 and 1 game away from claiming the series here and now. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. As we are going to be opening up. Again, the first 2 games we had much more aggressive builds. Game 3, the game we just had, was much more standard when it came to our 2 players openers. But now we are mixing things up once again. Double gas opener out of ByuN. Once again, we have ByuN going for a more tech-heavy start. Meanwhile, we have Percival settling in back at home, going for a more economic opener. So Rax expand out of Percival. Double gas out of ByuN. Now, what I will say very quickly here is that Tourmaline is a smaller map, so it means that even if we do build up into 3 bases, aggression is much faster here on this map. It does hit faster, it does hit harder. So we do often see shorter games here on Tourmaline. Often shorter games. We go. As now double gas opener again, as I mentioned, faster factory. From here we can go into a more Reaper Hellion heavy opener, or even go into faster cyclones. ByuN has a couple of options. This can lead into Banshee play, which we do see every now and then in TVT. Percival moves in. He's got the SCV to tank. SCV does tank the first shot. Ooh, nice catch. Yeah, Percival does catch him out. The Reaper will fall. Oh, does get away. Barely pulls out. But cheeky moves there by Percival. Will hit the natural and will delay the CC. Yeah, the command center is delayed. A nice start here by our Red Terran. So Percival pulls back. Does pull back. From here, we'll see how aggressive we plan on being. It is going to be that starport follow-up here by ByuN. Getting to zone 111. No early tech lab, but we do continue Reactor Reaper Hellion. Okay, so ByuN being much more aggressive early on here and moving out. Pushing towards the natural. Looking for economic damage. So much more aggressive here by ByuN. ByuN does look to commit. It just hit the natural because we have the mineral line, getting one SCV, denying mining. So far, so good. And we have to wait for the Cyclone. Ooh, we have to wait a long time here for the Cyclone. Ay, ay, ay. Until then, Marines, they move down. And looks like the Marines, they will clean up. It's still close, though. They're still very close. Hellion shots do connect. Barely Percival holds. Does hold on. Zones away the Hellions. Zones him back. Percival, he still has a worker lead, by the way. Bearing in mind that's why ByuN's been so aggressive. He's behind in the economy. He's down in workers. The pressure is still on ByuN. Here we go. Second game was a banger. Or I think another tournament. Game 2 was on 10,000 feet. It's on 10,000 feet. Was where ByuN was able to bring it back. Oh. This Percival does harass. No major damage yet here. Behind this, getting to Sim. We have our third command on the way also from ByuN. Does move out. Again, ByuN has been behind so far the entire early game. The pressure's on him to get some damage. Lock on the... Ooh, no lock on there. No lock on the Raven. ByuN is pushing. And he's moving out. He's built up to 3 Ravens. Does have plenty of energy. And defensively, there's going to be, what, 1 tank, if that? Oh boy. Yeah, there's not much to defend. Meanwhile, Lock-on does not kill the Raven. Both Cyclones go down. And Percival's in trouble. Percival hasn't been too greedy. The first tank is still not get out. And ByuN forcing his way in. The boys are being pulled. Some panic turrets. Yeah, the panic auto turrets. They don't really add much value here. The tanks are pushing through. There's the Sable. Sim's in. Does push forward. Getting to the first tank, massive tank shots going off, and with that, ByuN's done it. ByuN has broken the natural. Again, Percival, who's just a little bit too greedy. He had delayed his own factory production. GG gets called, and ByuN ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. We didn't quite get into the mid game this time. Both players were getting their third CCs. As we mentioned, rush distance by ground is very short on Tourmaline, and Percival, he was being greedy here. He did open up double cyclone, of course, double cyclone into later tank production, and he had 0 tanks to defend against his push. The cyclones, they go caught in the center. If you recall, he failed to lock onto the Raven. He failed to kill the first Raven. He lost both cyclones, and he just didn't really have much of an army. He had a bunch of production in the main, but he had nothing to defend. GG. GG, well played. Much faster game number 4 here. Now we're loading into game 5, loading into the ace match. Let's go. Oh, a map that I haven't seen in a while. It's been a couple of days. It's been a couple of days here, and we cast twice a day every day, so it means something. We're loading into Celestial Enclave, one of the more often vetoed maps in the map pool. And we could be here for a while. Oh boy. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the red Terran play area. The red Terran, we have the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. Oh, hello. As Percival, he does move out across the map, setting up for a proxy over here at the linear 3rd location. We have not just one, we have 2 SCVs. So 2 SCVs, it's going to be 2 ranks Reaper here by Percival, hyper aggression out of our red Terran player. And the reasoning for this is because it's very common to go for greedy builds here on Celestial Enclave. It's very common to go for a Rax into expand. And that is what Percival's hoping for. Again, this map is known for greed, is known for mid to late game, right? You have a secure natural, you have a high ground natural, you have a pocket 3rd or a pocket 4th, depending on when you want to take it. We do often see longer games on this map, and ByuN is being economic. Again, this is lining up. It's all lining up. It's just single gas back at home. The Reapers are amassing. Oh, my apologies. We're going proxy marauder. Okay, this will hit later. This will hit later. The SCV comes in. SCV does scout, does confirm. Does confirm the Rax is missing. Concussor shells on the way. 2 Rax marauder. Again, a much later timing. And you can see ByuN throw down 2 bunkers. Wow, throws down 2 bunkers back at home. ByuN is setting up. This does delay the factory, true. Factory is a little bit delayed. ByuN, it looks like he will expand here at his natural. That's something he can get away with. Again, especially with 2 bunkers. He's slowly filling them up. We just pull the boys. One way or another, the game ends. The game will end here and now. The boys are being pulled. The Percival is completely all in. Can he catch out the first Reaper? He can. Yeah, he can catch him out. Massive pickoff. Yeah, massive shots. The Reaper barely gets away. The boys are here first round. They get spotted. They get scouted. We get a full wall. Nice reactions. ByuN does fully wall off. Pulls the boys to repair. But there is a weak point here. Yeah, no repair on the depot. There's a cancel. There's a cancellation. Oh, we're trying to get on top of the first Hellion. Mass repair on the bunker. The bunker does stand strong. There are 4 Marauders. And we try to repair. Yeah, the boys are being pulled as well to attack. 5 SCV kills. Yeah, Hellion shot's going to be going up. SCVs are going down, and ByuN, he's holding. He's holding onto the ramp. That is still a lot of Marauders, though. Oh, loses 1, loses 2. 2 Marauders go down to 4. 4 Marauders left. ByuN is supply blocked. ByuN, he cannot produce. Tank is on the way. We're getting messy. Marauders, they do take down the first bunker. Oh, massive pickup. One bunker goes down. There's still one left. Nice kiting there by ByuN. Tank has now arrived. Tank will siege, and with that tank sieging, there's no breaking this. Yeah, there's no breaking this position. Massive tank shots. Oof. One more volley going off. Ooh, gets both Marauders. They stack up. GG gets called. ByuN, he holds, he survives. And ByuN will claim the series 3-2, becoming the PiGosaur Cup number 66 champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hyper aggression out of Percival, going proxy Marauder, pulling the boys as well. Had potential, of course, to break the main base, but ByuN, he bought enough time. He bought enough time. He pulled the boys. He also reacted with 2 bunkers. Fun fact, it is not common here to SCV Scout. It's not common to SCV Scout, so it was very fortunate that ByuN was able to get across the map, get the scout off, confirm that the Rex was missing, and he was able to react with his 2 bunkers. Those 2 bunkers are a big part of that defense, and typically they're not there. Typically they're not there, especially against a regular game. Often there's not an SCV Scout either. So the wherewithal to SCV Scout was very crucial for ByuN to confirm, to set up, and to buy time for that tank. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Congratulations, ByuN. He will claim the series, but a shout out to Percival for making a series out of it. Shout out to Percival again. It was very intense back and forth. Even Cham earlier, Cham, he had a very close series against. I could see Cham 3-0ing ByuN, by the way. Like Cham, he had a really impressive initial 3 games. Did eventually go ByuN's way, of course, and ByuN did eventually claim the series. But I was most impressed by Cham. Likewise here as well by Percival when it came to how Percival handled himself in the mid to late game. Controlling that higher tech army, the Mass Raven, the Liberator, the tanks as well, the Vikings. It's a lot more of a much more complex army, and it does take a lot to actually utilize it well. We saw that ByuN was trying to slip him up and trying to force some mistakes and trying to pull him apart, but was unable to. GG. GG, well played. Shout out to Percival for his performance, and congratulations to ByuN for claiming the tournament. Congratulations. They have to GG there. I mean, he just lost all the Marauders, right? He lost all the Marauders, and remember, he pulled the boys, so there was no macroing out of it, right? There was no macroing out of it. He lost all the Marauders. We had the high ground advantage, of course, for ByuN plus the bunker. GG. GG, well played. Night Phoenix. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Quack, papi, quack. Last game for today, yes, last game for today, Pappy, as we are catching up with the rest of our schedule. Exclamation mark. Oh, I don't know if we have a counter command. Exclamation mark. I know there's a schedule when it comes to our Twitch channel. But we do have our weekly schedule here. We just wrapped up with our Thursday morning broadcast, and we're going to be live later on tonight with the podcast. The podcast is going to be later on tonight. What topics do we have? Of course, we have the recent news regarding Stormgate, which is, of course, very disappointing. We have the recent news. What else do we have? We have the SC Evo patch 1.16.1. We have recent news regarding Team Falcons. True Team Falcons. They did just announce their disbandment of their roster at the end of April. We also have the SE2 chess tournaments that did take place, featuring Basilisk, Trigger, and some of the other SE2 pros. We have the StarCraft 28th anniversary, and a couple of other tournament results as well. So again, there's a lot to discuss. Jesus, that's a lot of tournaments. There is a lot to discuss, a lot to get into. Again, that'll be later on tonight during the podcast. Meanwhile, when it comes to the rest of our tournament schedules, we should be live tomorrow with OSC, with the OSC Elite Rising Star. That's going to be on Friday. We have RSL on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days straight of RSL action. And we have some more Kung Fu Cup. That's going to be Kung Fu Cup week 3 on Saturday morning as well. That'll be us catching up with Kung Fu Cup to cover it live next week. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft is ahead of us here. Otherwise, thanks for watching. I'm insanely tired. I'm gonna get some sleep. I found good time to wake up. Good morning, baby. Good morning. No. Isn't it like 6 a.m.? It's 7 a.m. in the morning. You're an animal. Buenos dias. Take care, Night Phoenix. Take care. But yeah, with that, we're going to be wrapping up. And again, we'll see you guys later on tonight for the podcast, or we'll see you guys tomorrow for OSC Elite Rising Star. I believe that'll be the second last day of the tournament. I believe next week should be the final day. Final day, papi. Final day. But otherwise, GG. Otherwise, GG well played. We'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow. Otherwise, you can follow us on all the socials. We do stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, as well as Soup, as well as Kick and Facebook. So we do stream on all the platforms. Likewise, if you want VOD content, YouTube is the place to be. So if you want to tune into the RSL VODs, Home Story Cup, Thunderfire, Rongi Cup, it is all on YouTube. Likewise, if you want to support us in other ways, you can do so via Patreon. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis, so you can help support our events and help support the players and help support the scene via Patreon, if you wish. We also have, of course, replay packs provided to our supporters, so there are plenty of replays, plenty of content there to cash yourselves or to learn some of the games yourselves as well. Can do so via the replays. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna go pass out. Get tired. Gonna go pass out. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao, bye, ciao. Hasta luego. Till next time.